my signature.
There you are.
So since it seems there is a movement that is determined to paint me as someone who's violent and unstable, and is determined to somehow discredit our work, humanitarian work, and my person. For whatever reason, they're triggered. And there's nothing I can do about people being triggered. They'll have to deal with that particular issue themselves. So in terms of signature, since, shall I say, the RCMP team have taken my electronics of my identification, digital identification, a copy of my identification was in one of those equipment devices. And I would like to make sure that everyone knows around the world that my signature has since several years ago changed from the one that I would see in that photo. Number two, I have not since several years ago signed any digital or signed any documents digitally. I knew where this was going years ago. So anyone who comes up with documents saying I signed it, actually no, because the signature that's on that identification was from 2015, long time ago. My passport has a 10-year expiration date. So they don't have my current signature, official signature. And also because we have had issues, and many of you guys have witnessed that so many people have created fake accounts, Telegram accounts with my name on it, and messaging people, albeit about cryptocurrency or anything really to discourage people from following me. As I said, it's a movement that is bent over backwards in terms of trying to discredit my work and our work as a group, humanitarian focused, right? So I need to get that message out to everyone around the world that there is that movement. Somehow the anti-hate crime is the one perpetuating hate and projecting that on me. Not gonna work. The fake communist news propaganda media and their people are quite busy twisting the information around, selectively choosing whatever suits their agenda and narratives to portray me in a certain dark archetype rather than the light archetype. And so that's important that everyone again understands that that's what we are dealing with, or at least what I am dealing with. Somehow now we have individuals hiding behind journalism. Yeah, journalists. Actually, if you guys took a look at the licenses that these news media is under, it's actually not under journalism. It's actually under entertainment. Have a look. You'd be surprised. So they're actually not responsible for what they report, because to them it's under entertainment. Okay? And The next thing that we have is, as I said, there's that hateful agenda that is trying to portray me as someone I'm not. It's fascinating to see that anti-hate crime group is the one perpetuating hate across the board, using their narrative. And someone had asked after my live stream this past Monday, yeah, that the question was, were you read your Miranda rights? Because you didn't mention it during the live stream. Actually, no. If you were referring to the Miranda rights that says you're under arrest, you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used for or against you in the court of law. You have the right to retain an attorney. If you can't afford one, one will be provided for you. Do you understand these rights? That are Miranda rights? No. It was simply you're under arrest under Form 10. Do you have an attorney that you'd like to call? Or would you like the legal aid phone number, which was given to me at the hospital, not at the time I was arrested. I was supposedly detained. So no. And perhaps some of you guys are surprised that I memorized the Miranda rights. How many of you can recite the Miranda rights? Top of your head, eh? So that's the answer to that question is no, they didn't. It was just straightforward Form 10. So now that the seriousness is out of the way about the Miranda rights, the next one I wanted to cover is really to remind everyone about our work, humanitarian work. I mean, since May, we have, there's sound in the background, we have had, or we've created this group where, can you imagine, in less than 3 weeks, we've managed, despite all of the, in terms of the hay, the purchase of hay, the compressed hay that we're sending to different provinces. Can you imagine, with just the 70,000 of us in this group, in less than 3 weeks, we've managed to buy more than 100 tons of compressed hay and send it to different provinces. So while everyone's busy trying to discredit us and our group and painting us, with having the dark archetype, what we have actually demonstrated is we are opposite of what they have portrayed us to be. So that's really what I wanted to emphasize, is that, when you are centered, yes, and aligned with yourself, your higher self, regardless of what others around you would like to do or would like to say, it'll focus you and align you to your mission and your work, because that always is there, regardless of the noise. And perhaps the actual demonstration of that alignment was when I was sitting in my office while the drama of, the officers trying to break in to the to the house, while I remained calm and continued my work. So that's that, as some say, the ability to remain calm is a superpower. Uh, Regardless of whether you see that as a superpower or not, this even when I said to the RCMP, I was expecting your arrival. They were quite shocked, perhaps obviously as how calm I was, because whatever they were, doing outside and all of the commotion and all the drama, I was calm, And as I said, when you're aligned, there's nothing that can interfere that energy, regardless of your external environment. And so I think God, Creator, Master Creator, Unlimited, utilized me during that day as an example or a live example of this is what we are all capable of doing in peaceful and calm situations, or this is how we're supposed to, if we really followed our inner self and the higher self, then regardless of what is happening, we will remain calm and unaffected, not affected by the drama. And again, perhaps during my time with the psychiatrist, Dr. Miller, at Jubilee Hospital, that's when she observed that regardless of with the security alarm going off, somebody outside screaming, all of that did not affect me. And that's a demonstration of how when one is centered and know oneself, then there's nothing that can really touch that centeredness and calmness. It's just there. And everything is aligned, from your actions to your communication to your reaction. Everything is aligned. And nothing can disturb that. And so it is important that people around the world see when they look away from the mainstream media that is painting me as someone who's supposedly violent and tendency to go and or alleged to want to hurt people is opposite to what I am and what I do. As I said, perhaps I was the calmest of all of that, or during all of that was happening during that day, and all the way to the hospital. And while I was in that hospital waiting for the assessment, perhaps I was the calmest of all, which surprised everyone that I came across during that day. So that's really what I wanted to get across, to make sure that people understand that when you look to another source in terms of away from the mainstream media that has its own very specific narrative to discredit my work and the work of all the I ams since May, not only in Canada, but in the United States, in Asia, Asia, in Africa, and South and Central America, then they will see that there is this particular group or entity that is somehow either triggered with what we do and what we represent as a peaceful beings. Perhaps that threatens their ability for whatever reasons. So, and last but certainly not least, I wanted to say thank you to all the I ams across Canada who have donated money and have volunteered their time to make sure that we actually reached our goal to purchase the compressed hay for the province of British Columbia. That's 25 tons of compressed hay being delivered to British Columbia, the province. And that will go to our farmers who have been hit by flood. And of course, prior to that, some of our farmers that up in the up islands who went through the fires prior to the flooding, and all the way to Abbotsford. And then we have our farmers in Alberta receiving 26 tons of compressed hay, then Saskatchewan 25 tons, and then Manitoba 25 tons, plus the 40 large round bales that was donated from a family in Ontario. They already received that. Yeah. Oh, sorry, that went to Saskatoon, yes. So I wanted to say thank you to everyone involved in that, and a shout out to Tanya, one of our volunteer administrators, who really took that idea and run with it. And that's how we ended up with all of this hay being delivered now, because I had said through or from my previous messages, I said we have to find a way to, number one, find the seller that will accept direct e-transfer so that there's no money going to our administrators, that the public can see where their money is going and who's receiving it. Because this was as a result of what had been done by the anti-crime, whoever this group is, anti-hate group, who is actually perpetuating hate. And we don't know who they are. We just know their actions is hateful. Yet they use the word anti-hate. So this is really what I wanted to get across to everyone, that that Tanya took that idea and run with it, and with everyone helping, we found, or she found, the seller that would accept multiple payments, small payments, because I think many sellers, hay sellers, said, well, perhaps they don't have the accounting team to accept all of those $20, $75, et cetera, contribution, and, as form of payment. So that's what our challenge was originally, because I had said during my message, I said, we need to find sellers that would provide not only tests, results of their hay, to make sure that our livestock across the 4 provinces are receiving safe hay to consume, but also to be able, a seller that would accept multiple payments via e-transfer. So it took a while, but Tanya finally found Norfoin Inc. From Quebec. So that was really a plus, and I was grateful. I prayed and I asked for help with our brothers and sisters of light beings. I said, please, our livestock in 4 provinces need to eat, and help and send a farmer that would accept multiple payments and would have enough supply of hay so that we can help these 4 provinces. And I believe a day after I asked, Tanya sent a message saying, or she sent a message to the main administrators, and then it was forwarded to me and said that, oh, finally we found a seller that would provide the test results of their hay, and then would accept multiple payment via e-transfer, because this was a lesson learned in terms of how evil the movement that is bent over backwards as far as trying to discredit our work and to stop our work, humanitarian work, is that they had, many of you perhaps will recall what had happened to our fundraising with the GoFund company, yes? Where I had 18 different volunteers who I had said specifically, you guys would be in charge of this money. The GoFund fundraising did not have a bank account specifically, because I knew what it would come to as far as people trying to portray me as I was taking funds from the public to spend it on myself. I could see that, I could foresee that 1,000 miles away. So I said, and we had 18 volunteers from across the country, and they were and they knew that there was no bank account. And in fact, I had published the email from GoFund saying that there was no bank account set up, because the idea was for the people, for the families who were whose homes were lost from the fire up in British Columbia, that they were supposed to set up their bank account and give it to us so that we could give it to GoFundMe company to serve as the beneficiary. So that's why I never gave a bank account. But then somehow the anti-hate group, anti-hate crime, created, whoever they are, they created a story and started going to GoFundMe Corporation saying, she's trying to steal this money. And of course, GoFundMe, without doing any investigation, created also or just decided that, hey, we're going to stop the fundraising, and we would refund using the community rules, whatever rules that was, because they couldn't provide any reasons as to why they would stop our fundraising other than there was no bank account set up. They couldn't come up with any reasons, and they didn't provide one, other than they refunded everyone else's donation. But you see, before they did that, or while they were refunding everyone's donation, each refund, an email was sent to the account we used, to the email account we used to set it up. So guess what? There were several people that donated $5 so that they could write negative feedback to GoFundMe program and certain individuals. So we have a list of every single person that donated, and also a copy of what they had written. They commented on the GoFundMe fundraising. When I go fishing, you'd be surprised the trap that's set, and they walk right into it. They never expected that I would have a copy of everyone's donation amount and their email address, because perhaps they were thinking that they could remain anonymous when they were using GoFundMe to donate, and to donate a certain amount of money so that they could create narrative to discredit everyone and my work. So that we have that copy of everyone. So that is why with the Hey fundraising, I said, okay, we're going to do this. And that's why I insisted that all the money be sent directly to the seller of Hay. And that's how now they can't question who was in control of that money, because all of you guys who donated it sent it directly to the company who sells the hay. Right? And that's something that they have no way. There's no way for them to accuse us of, what did they use? They used grifter. I'm apparently a grifter. Yeah. I don't know. I'm not the one that's receiving hundreds of millions of funding from we the people and using that for a specific narrative. So, and yes, I've mentioned that was the hay. The hay was the last but not least on my item. And I covered the Miranda rights, the physical threats as far as who has been threatening me by sending multiple messages, posting it on our multiple groups. By the way, we have more than 550 different groups. That's from the cease and desist order group to our groceries groups. In the United States alone, we have 50 groceries groups, one in every state. And then we have, of course, in Canada, we have 13 groups, and one in each province and territories. And then we have it in the UK and in other parts of the world. So some of these people have actually really taken time to join these different groups that we have set up, and then to make comments to discourage people from joining and to really tarnish the work that we do and I do. Excuse me. And it's quite disheartening because Canada is leading the world as far as we the people being humanitarians, yes, and of higher vibrational energy. And then we discover, or perhaps because of our work, this, as I mentioned, DNA-X is exposing the different energies, the different archetypes that's surfacing, that doesn't like peace and prosperity and prefers to live in chaos and lack, the spirit of lack instead of abundance and peaceful and happy. So a reminder that the rest of the world is watching Canada. And it is important that people realize that what happens in Canada and how peaceful we use this time to transition peacefully is that energy will be also emanating across the world. So I'm glad that I did the first live stream after I was detained by the RCMP to show that anyone who tries or would like to lead a country, that it be led from the spirit of abundance, love, and peace, and not out of chaos and not out of unbalanced emotions. And the realization that when people are triggered, they go after someone they don't understand. And this is also one thing, is they're not aware of the different timelines. So you see, majority think that I am from their 3D timeline. I am not. This is one thing. So, and when the RCMP were in the office, last Saturday, when I said, I've been expecting your arrival, I knew you were coming. And then when I said, finally, my guards as a head of state arrived, or my security as head of state arrived, this was coming from a different timeline. And so last Saturday, I guess the timeline flashed. Yes. If any one of you have watched Star Trek, you will have an understanding. By the way, there's no science fiction ever on planet Earth. All of those programs they called or refer to as science fiction. These are actually journals. These are from experiences of individuals in their journal, and that's how they're able to create these programs. They're not made up stories. They're just from different timelines. So this is one thing that people don't understand. And so when I said to the officer, finally my security arrived, this was a different timeline. And they wouldn't understand that unless they are aware, or they have studied timeline, or they even remotely have an understanding of what different timelines is all about, and what's happening with different timelines and different personalities that are coming out now, as far as the work that is happening on planet Earth. The Star Wars is not a fiction. Again, it is a journal. It is from someone's journal. There's never a fiction. And this is one thing that third dimension, humans, species, children, men and women need to understand that we have many companies. Many of you have perhaps watched the so-called plasma
the situation
battle
in BC and the efforts
at the foot of Cypress Mountain. It was on video. It was on It's actually on YouTube. I'd encourage you guys to watch that if you haven't already. Those plasmas, they're not plasma. They are starships, cloaked, and anyone who is not familiar may see it as a plasma. Some of these ships are also made of plasma, different technologies that have been suppressed for the last 300 plus years. Many of you are, I'm sure, waiting for the medbed technology. They're not this technology is not from planet Earth. This is of higher beings, technology, higher realms. And they have been gifted to humanity. And unfortunately, those who made contracts with the higher beings or the advanced beings who have gifted this technology to humanity, they have suppressed that to keep human vibration very, very low, and to keep humans dumbed down, if you've heard that expression. It's all via technology. Sooner than later, people around the world will see and witness the technologies. These technologies are not new. They've been in existence for thousands of years. Perhaps, some people can put together can link the some of the structures built in different countries. Some, they are calling it unique architectures. I mean, in Asia, you'll find structures that would not have been possible thousands of years ago without advanced technology. The technology of levitation. You can't form a structure perfectly formed, cut pieces of stones and other materials if we didn't have that technology thousands and thousands of years ago. So we're just now seeing that these technologies suppressed by the few who wanted to keep humanity oppressed because they too were oppressed. I mentioned in one of my posts yesterday that even the ETs, great, certain groups of certain species of ETs were enslaved by the tall whites ETs to do their dirty work on planet Earth. So we have had that. And the humans who were gifted originally with these technologies, the medbeds technologies and replicators, food replicators, and actually can replicate any inanimate items. These are not new technologies. So now we're bringing, they're bringing it up into the, they're bringing it out into the open, and it'll be available for everyone to use. And as I have said in my timeline, that the Kingdom of Canada, the medbeds technology will be used for free to all Canadians, everyone in Canada. I have said that technology, I will honor the gift that was originally, the contract that was originally under, which was, it's a gift to humanity and no one should be monetizing it. The challenge with humans is that every time we have an advanced technology, we monetize it first before giving our men, women, and children access to it. So we're going to flip that on its head. And now, anytime we have new technology in my timeline, yes, not the whatever other timeline. In my timeline, all new technologies will be first given to humanity, to all Canadians. And then after that, it can be monetized. But as far as medbeds and the replicators, I had made an oath and a promise in my timeline that they will be used for free. Not a single person or entity is going to be allowed to buy one and then set up a center and then start charging people. No. That will strictly be, in my timeline, that will strictly be free to everyone that needs to access that for their health. So that, I think what is happening is we have timelines clashing. So that's how I managed to remain very calm during, when the RCMP were at the office, inside my office, was that because I was coming from a different timeline. I understood their timeline because I lived their timeline. In my other life, I lived their timeline. And then I come from a different timeline, which many do not yet understand, but soon they will, that I am of peace and prosperity and love for humankind. And as I had said, if you knew humanity, you will look not to their size, not to their width, not to the makeup of, their physical makeup, but you'd look at them as a soul. And this is one thing that will eliminate hate, jealousy, envy, and everything else, because we're all as one in one massive family that was created, expressing our uniqueness. And that's God's creation, master creators, design. Yes, we're here to experience the greatest love of all and to share that love. As I mentioned earlier, early this morning in one of my posts, that you were here. Your contract was to experience self-love on planet Earth using your free will. And when you love yourself, then all of the natural gifts, talents, and skills bestowed upon you by the Creator comes to life. And when that comes to life, you express those gifts to all mankind, and that activates the consciousness of light, because we are all connected to light. Many just forget that that's what we're here for. So to those asking, what's my purpose? Your purpose is to love yourself, because loving yourself is loving the Creator that created you. Yes. And perhaps many people who have asked, why do you not drink alcohol? No drugs, no cigarettes, what have you? Because from very young age, I understood that my purpose on earth was to experience love of self. From that, I would then be able to share that love with humanity, and humanity then will experience and appreciate that as part of God's creation. And that's what we are. It's all about the soul. It's your design as a physical being is just that. Your families, your human families on planet Earth, they are more of the hosts. They are host of your soul. When you strip away the human, the flesh connection to it, then you understand, or you'll understand that it's about the soul expressing oneself. And it's interesting because we have in different timelines, they have created programs or systems where they say selflessness is the best. How is that the best when it's devaluing yourself? You cannot be that. You cannot express love, true love, if you do not love yourself. That's just ego. Because you can't. It's like when someone said, "Well, I understand perfectly how orphan children feel." Oh no, you don't, unless you were orphaned when you were little. Unless you experience that situation, you think you understand, or you think you understand, but no, it's a completely different experience. But I can tell you, as an orphan, when I was young, when I was 10 and 11, I can relate to orphan children of how the process that they go through when they lose a parent or a parent. So, and everything that you've experienced is part of your free will. Nothing ever that happened to you by accident. It was all by design, by your own choosing. Shall we say your contract, your soul contract? That's it. And you had that soul contract, and using your free will, that's where you ended up, wherever you were. And part of my soul contract was I would experience in my early life the hardship and all the tribulations that happened to me when I was young, and all the experiences of people putting me down, all of my somehow people feeling threatened because I was different, and all of that was an experience. The experience of racism. Is that racism? It's all part of the process of understanding humanity. Yeah. And had I not gone through all of those hardships in my life, I would not be, or I would not have known myself as in aligned and in direct communication with my higher self and true self. Yeah, we talk. My higher self. I always connect with my higher self in all things that I do. It guides me, and it's a gift. Not many people, not many humans have had the direct ability to communicate with their higher selves or self. I just call it twin in the third dimension, but it is your true self that is not tainted with 3D humanity. And I usually would go through the Q&A posts that you guys have. I've mentioned at the very top that you may post questions there, but I may not always answer. because some of the questions are repetitive, and some are of 3D dimension. And I do not bring my energy down to 3D. You'll have to raise your energy up, because our mission is to raise the energy, the vibration of planet Earth and humanity. So when I see a 3-dimensional energy sending a question, I simply ignore that. That's from different timeline. So that's why some of the questions, or many of the questions, I do not answer. And some of the questions is really to trigger. And I just smile every time I see that. Yeah. The ability to, I thank the Creator, God, for the gift of discernment and the abilities to see the energies, where it comes from. And, you know, it's like, okay, so you're passing along, go straight to wherever you're going. You know, you're not going to answer you or give you, you know, we're talking about different timelines. Sending you back to your timeline. Yes, because that's where it belongs. That timeline, not in our timeline. So, and what else did I mention? Anything? Oh, the physical threats. You see, the news. I had the opportunity to read some of the fake news that's been coming out. I call it selective news. How they have selectively not written about the fact that I was released the same day, actually the same hour, the same day, yeah. After I was taken to Jubilee Hospital, after I was detained by the RCMP, and that I was cleared by Dr. Miller, the psychiatrist. So those were selectively omitted. Yes, they were omitted from their articles. They omitted anything that is of light, being, energies. They've omitted. They've omitted all of our work. There was no mention of it. You see, yes, I had reviewed some of their news, and how they all have the same narrative, the same angle when they present their news. It's just one straight narrative like that. There's no sense of investigations of, you know, what else has Romana Didolo done, as far as, you know, did she ever have brush with the law? Was she even pulled over for a traffic violation? None of those. There was no mention that when I was very young, living in Vancouver, I was awarded the Vancouver Neighborhood Association's award for being a good kid and cleaning Vancouver and doing volunteer work. None of all my volunteer work was ever mentioned. You know, none of my community work was ever mentioned. So it's disheartening to see, but also it's the solid evidence of the timelines clashing. Yes, their timeline is still this, and of course with that timeline goes with a particular vibrational energy that they have. So anyone who's not willing to or not ready to raise their vibration will not be able to see or will purposely not entertain any higher energies vibration. It's just how it works. You cannot see what you yourself energetically matches. You can't. That's why I do not go and entertain some of the questions that's coming from that dimension. It's how it works. And all we can do, or from my side, is to show them that we are a peaceful community, and we are a loving community, and we come from a different timeline. It's not by accident that you guys found me on Telegram. There's nothing that is designed by accident. You found me on Telegram, or you somehow managed to join all the I ams that's part of the Telegram group, this group, because of your energy, your willingness to seek out, shall I say, the Star Trek that says seek out new life and new civilization, where we boldly go where no one has gone before. Just, I think that phrase now is soon going to be a reality on planet Earth, because we're going to be meeting different ETs and documents after documents, evidence after evidence, if people are willing to look and do research, is that we've known for decades, and actually more than decades, centuries, that we've known for centuries that we're not alone. Humanity is not alone on planet Earth. We've always had the good ETs that have protected planet Earth before even the gift of life was given to planet Earth. We have had the good ETs protecting planet Earth, and humans were very, very peaceful and happy and abundant, living an abundant life. And then after the good ETs left planet Earth, that's when everything went haywire. When the dark archetypes ETs came and used humans as an experiment. And because some of those ETs, their species or their planets were destroyed because of their technologies, advanced technologies. So, planet Earth, humans on Earth always had the good ETs and the bad ETs for thousands of years. And many people are going to be in shock that the stories that they have been told about how planet Earth came about, or how humanities came about, and portrayed in certain books, written in certain books, are not as accurate as everyone or majority believe it to be. And so that's going to be a mind-blowing experience, and perhaps many will end up at Dr. Miller's office. That's why, because when they have been programmed to believe a certain way, and then all of a sudden there's the shock of everything that they've been told is actually, was the actual fiction, yes, fiction, or the untrue. Then the shock will not be tolerable to many people. The shock of it, the anger of it, and I think that's one thing that our particular community, the I ams, really need to prepare to be there for our families and friends and colleagues, because they will go through that shock, and it's I don't know how many people have experienced shock in their lives. I've experienced shock in my life multiple times when I was young. So there's really that our task is to prepare. I've asked several times, and I've noticed several times. I can hear people's or I can read people's energies, and we have to prepare ourselves, not just our family members or friends and colleagues, but each one, regardless of how you say you're ready and you're ready. When that time arrives, when that energetic shift arrives, everyone will go through that process of shock. And how quickly you recover from that shock and then be able to operate at a level where you can then comfort your family members and friends and colleagues will be obviously up to you individually of how quickly you can cope. But that is where our job is really. And that's why the more we know and the more we do the research of what's out there that has been kept hidden, the more we have that information, the more ready we're going to be. Many people are asking, when is the EBS? And I think one time I responded, how do you know that I'm not giving you the EBS every day? Can you imagine if all of this information was given to you guys all at once, and you already have the tiny bit of information? Can you imagine the shock of the people that have been not had the privilege of knowing the information that you guys have? So EBS, we have to gauge the level of shock. Some people said, or actually I posted one time, I said, if we're going to shut down the social media, we have to be careful of shutting down the social media, not to do it for a long time, because we have people that are so addicted to social media that if you shut it down for a long time, they're going to that withdrawal stage. Just like people in any people that are alcoholic or have substance abuse. It's just a different form of addiction, but there is that addiction. So I think one time I posted saying, shut down the social media in an increment way, like 1-2 days, and then bring it back, and then 1 or 2 days, or however, but don't do it because of that shock that will happen, and withdrawal from that people will experience. So that's the same thing with the EBS. And perhaps by the time we finish learning, EBS may not be necessary. Yes, but at least we will know that when EBS arrives, we're prepared because of the many different informations that's been accessible to us. And there are many different personalities or individuals who have been sharing different information to prepare the public when that energetic shifts arrive. But from the higher perspective, the higher realm, definitely I would say that majority of the public is not ready for the EBS unless we are asking for massive disorder and chaos. That's the reality. Is there's not enough people aware of the information that we are privileged to know. On that shock and anger and frustration and confusion, and then the level of they will go through that. I can't believe I allowed myself to believe, especially the certain groups that follow certain books and certain teachings. So if you love humanity, you will want to save as many humans as possible as far as their mental capacity to cope. It's not just, well, we've been waiting for 2 or 3 years, what have you, or some say 25 years. And then when I look at some of the comments on my Telegram, I say, no, you're not ready. If you think you don't understand, this battle is not just battle as far as on the surface or underground. It's happening there, and now you guys are beginning to see that we have actually ETs ships that are battling the dark archetypes and is defending planet Earth. So this ships that are mostly cloaked and camouflage, however you call it, is there 24 hours a day. And many of you were wondering, were asking, how come you always point that way every time you started your videos? That is actually paying tribute to God, the Creator, and to our brothers and sisters who have been brothers and sisters of light beings who have been protecting planet Earth.
Okay.
And defending planet Earth and keeping us safe. So that's a homage to our higher beings, brothers and sisters. And again, for people that are not familiar with our timelines and have not had access to the information we have had the privilege of knowing and accessing, because of our higher vibrational energy, we're able to see that. Majority is still not aligned with our timeline, you see. So that's why the EBS, and 24 hours a day, believe you me, we've got protectors up there. It's not just our Space Force. The lucky for us, we now have sophisticated cameras that can pick up these plasma looking ships, because if it was just looking with your human eye, you will not have seen it. But slowly and surely with our technologies, we will, and majority and eventually all of the people on Earth will see that we're not alone, that we have always had the protection from the time immemorial. We've always had the protection of the good entities. Before, as I said, before the gift of life was given to planet Earth. Planet Earth did not have the gift of life. certain books will tell you that, it was done a specific way or a certain way. But yes, and many people have asked, how do the ET, or how do entities from planet Earth manage to come to Earth about firmament? How do they go through that? We have, or in this case, certain very, very high vibrational ETs have the technologies that can create a wormhole. And I guess in this case, it is known as portal in the 3D language. It's called portal. In another vibrational energy linguistics, it's called wormhole. They can create literally sort of a tunnel. Yes, using their ships, they can create a tunnel that burrows through and then go to and come to Earth. And albeit they come through the portal, or however it is called, that's how they come to Earth. In and out, in and out. They've always been in and out planet Earth. And actually planet Earth, the reason planet Earth has always been visited, and perhaps the most planet visited by different ETs, is because we have many portals. And so it's easy for the different ETs to come in and out and come in and out because of that. So this is one thing. It's like, well, how do they get in? This is a permanent. Okay, you have to have access to different information to know that ET have always been able to come to Earth using their advanced technologies. So, yes. And I try to share as much information as I can without people, saying, "Oh, she's unhinged." No, actually, you need to have access to different timelines, different energies, different vibrational energies, and your vibrational energies go up, you will have more access to different information. And someone had asked me before, will we be able to travel to different star systems? Yes. And in my timeline, I would have Canada and everyone in Canada be able to, for Canada to build a starship that will allow for Canadians to travel like tourists in different stars, go and visit different star systems. There are over 300 different planets. How many did they tell you on planet Earth? Or star system. There are many different, whether you call it a planet or a star system, there are over 300 plus that humans can go and visit. So, yes, that information I don't think has ever been shared before. Few perhaps on planet Earth who have gone through and visited several star systems will be able to share that information. And yes, so it's amazing how not only the technology was suppressed on planet Earth, but the information was very much, there was one particular narrative to keep humans dumbed down and to really keep the vibration low, because that was the only reason that they could prevent humans from joining the other star systems, the other planets, as the federations of light beings. Yes. Because had the technologies not been suppressed from humanity for years and years, hundreds of years, we would have long been able to travel to different star systems. That's just the reality of it. We've had humans who have traveled to different star systems because they had had access to different technologies. They just kept it to themselves. But now everyone's going to soon experience that Mars, whatever, whether you call it a planet or a star system, has been visited. It's just like going to another country that you have to arrange for. Well, of course, number one, you have to have the technology, starship, to be able to travel to that star system, right? That is fit and be able to adjust to their environment, because different star systems have different environment, like the level of oxygen, whatever, however the composition of their planet. Like planet Earth has a different composition of, supporting human life. The same in another star systems or another planet, is they have different composition, and that's how they can exist. So we would have that technology in my timeline. We would have that technology that will allow us to visit different star systems, different planets. And then, as I said, there are over 300 plus of them. Despite, that circle, the science, they tell us how many, or they told us how many planets we have. I don't know who came up with that. So anyways, when I've mentioned in our timeline that Canada first, Canada will lead the world, not only in technology, but in higher vibrational being, our vibration to spread the light and to spread peace and prosperity around the globe. And definitely technology in my lifetime will not be monetized. It will be if you've ever had a conversation with any ETs, they will tell you that the flaws of humans is that every time we had the technology, that we first monetized it instead of giving it to humans to use. That's always been the fault of the approach when it came to technology. In terms of our timeline, so all of these technologies will be free to all Canadians. And this is how we're going to lead the world, is anything that is a gift from different planets or different star systems. The technologies will be accessible to all for free in Canada. And of course, to make sure that we don't sound like we're all unhinged, we're talking about different timelines. Yeah?
Now, here's the speaker connection right here. That's a headphone.
I can see many people with binoculars. people doing this. What is that? And people saying, we love you, Queen Romana. Love you too. Love you guys. I love you guys. It's amazing the energies that we have. It's growing every day as far as the awareness that we're here to experience and to love one another. As I said, look at the individuals as a soul. The sizes, as I mentioned earlier, short, tall, blonde, dark hair, gray hair. Whether you speak Asian language, Arabic, Russian, European languages, African languages, that's just an expression of the creators. Thank you for the popcorn. That's just an expression of God, the creator. That's the beauty of it. And appreciating the differences of each one is understanding that that's the purpose of creation. And sharing our technology, as I earlier mentioned, that I have made an oath that in my timeline, everyone will have access to that, and Canada will have the most advanced technology in transportation. And yes, definitely, we are going to build starships that will allow us to explore different frontiers, just like Star Trek, that can carry, a starship that can carry thousands of people to visit different star systems. And out of respect of the other star systems, we have to make arrangements with their structure of government. Yes, there is a structure of government, albeit they call it a council or they call it a monarchy or a royalty or what have you. There is a structure, not just humanity, not just on planet Earth, but there is a structure. Different designs of structure. No politics there though, because they can all read. They're operating from higher self, so they can all sense the other person or the other, in this case, individual energy and intentions. So they know. So there's no need for politics. It doesn't exist there because they're all operating. What's that say? They're all operating with peace and prosperity. It's blurry. I can't read it. So anyhow, that's what we have to aim for, is to keep peace. And definitely my signature line. And many people actually confuse Canada, the old Canada, to the Kingdom of Canada. First of all, let me clarify that those are two different timelines, two different Canadas. One has nothing to do with the other. So people need to understand that before they start, creating their own narratives. Yes. Now I can see. Thank you. Canada, NDK, Ricardo, Krishna. That's the old Canada, yes? That's the old Canada. That's a different timeline, Canada. Our timeline,
yes.
Our timeline is peaceful and abundant, and there's no politics, because we all know so we can sense one another's intention of peace and prosperity. And we have demonstrated that with how we do things and how we include our families as the group, the 73,000. That's how we operate. And that's what we will continue to do to make sure that everyone can see that despite them distorting our narrative, is that our action speaks louder than words. As they say, don't tell them, show them. So we're showing them how peaceful we are and how we love and how we help our fellow men and women, and make sure that our children are fed, including even our livestock, to make sure that we take care of our livestock, you see. So while they're busy destroying our livestock and trying to destroy humanity, we do the opposite of what they do. So that's where the saying goes, don't tell them, show them. So we show them. Just like what happened when the RCMP came here and took me to the hospital. Yeah. Is I showed them instead of told them, because telling them would not have been possible because they have, they come from different timelines. So that's how we do
hunting.
That's sorry.
So what is duck hunting? Is that why the RCMP came to your place? Because you were talking about duck hunting on the Telegram? What exactly
probably that, actually there was an article written by Vice News, I believe, that has twisted all about the duck hunting, apparently inviting our brothers and sisters from the United States. And I call them duck hunters because they do have guns, yes. And they do go duck hunting. They do go duck hunting there. So that was twisted. And then obviously with that article, it sent panic and chaos within the community. And that's how all of a sudden the RCMP, came.
Okay, that explains it now. That explains everything.
So I think that the word duck hunting,
it was actual literal duck hunting, like you were talking about ducks there.
Yes, exactly. And plus I nicknamed them duck hunters because they go hunting. Yes, in the US, you can even see some videos when they go hunt in the field. So anyhow, so I think that's where and that, as I said,
misunderstanding. That's crazy.
So that's why I said to the psychiatrist, Dr. Miller, in the hospital when I was having a conversation with her, I said, I think people were triggered. First of all, with the word duck hunting, and then number two, people really went into panic and fear when they read that article from Vice. So that's why I said in my last live streaming comment, I said that, people need to be responsible. Journalists need to be responsible when they write articles, because you cannot make an assumption based on what people write online. And using the Mental Health Act is that was a demonstration of how the Mental Health Act was abused and used and misused by that. And That's how dangerous it is. And I'm sure there are many people who have been detained by the RCMP who perhaps and clearly do not have the same calmness and the same centered energy and alignment that I have, that would have gone to panic and would have reacted. Yes, that would have reacted, in anger, and in some instances, people react to shock instead of being quiet, would react violently, you see. And then that will culminate to them being diagnosed as mentally ill individual or unstable. So I think our journalists need to be very, very careful, because words, the things that you write can trigger, especially when you have that large audience, can trigger civil war, can trigger panic and chaos. And that's what had happened here, because I was told, the RCMP received multiple calls about you going to different injection sites and shooting people. And then, so, it's not funny, but it's also funny in one way. It's not funny because it sent that panic and chaos, and sent fear across Canada. And then it's funny because it's opposite to my being a peaceful individual and all the humanitarian work that I've been doing across Canada and across the United States and all around the world. So that's why the nurse, the doctor, and the psychiatrist said, we don't understand why you were brought in here under Form 10, because, the Mental Health Act, because you're the calmest, most centered individual that we've ever met. So there is a clear missing link of why you were portrayed this way and how did you, and you're this way. And then you ended up, being detained under Form 10. So my answer to that is, clearly there is someone created a narrative that portrayed me a certain way.
It sounds like they're slander the QAnon movement, But what
Pardon?
It sounds like they're trying to slander the QAnon movement. But us, because where we go one, we go all.
Yes, where we go one, we go all. But first of all, there is no QAnon. There's Q, and then there's the anons that decode Q information, and then there's the followers. There is no QAnon movement. When people ask, what is Q? Q is a military. It's a branch of the military. This is one thing that they don't understand. And the anons are the ones that follows Q's codes, and they decodes all of those posts, you see. So there is no QAnon. This is, again, the misinformation. And yes, there is they're trying to portray the anons that follow Q as someone or a group of violent people, when the opposite is true. So you see, this is all the clash of narrative and people not understanding that there is a Q military branch that has a very high security clearance. I just wanted to make sure that everyone knew there's a Q that is a military branch, and then there's the anon that decodes those posts. They're the followers, of Q. No QAnon. That's why I think some of you may have heard General Flynn ask, what's QAnon? Because to those who know, you know there's no QAnon. So we're confused when people make this reference to QAnon. So every time I read QAnon Queen of Canada, I'm like, who's that? Who's that? What's this QAnon movement all about? So, you see. So, I think I'm glad I'm doing this live stream because I'm able to clarify the misconception as to what QAnon is, that doesn't exist, and the fact that people say, well, there's Q. Well, yeah, there is Q. It's a military. And if you haven't known that before, you know now. And the followers are the anons that simply tries to decode whatever the military, that branch, gives out. Yes, or whoever was giving that information before. Okay? So, to the Q military. And to the anons that decode the codes. There is no QAnon. And we are peaceful. The anons that try to decode those military codes are peaceful, and no ounce of violence, despite the narrative that the, shall I say, particular group, the anti-hate, the people that claim to be anti-hate, actually are the ones that are spreading hate and cultivating fear and panic. So we need to be responsible, not only just as individuals, but I'm calling out the media to make sure that before you print anything, that you, not only as individual but as an entity, that you hold yourself at a higher standards as far as your intentions, because your intentions create actions that can either lead to peace and prosperity, or can lead to anger, chaos, and civil unrest that we do not wish to happen in Canada or anywhere in the world. You see. So they try. There's a certain group that's trying to trigger the anons that are following Q. They're trying to trigger. So to the anons that are following Q, be very, try to be very, very centered as far as your energy, and don't get into the trap that they're trying to set by portraying us as violent groups or individuals. So, and for people who have labeled me as Q, Anon, Queen of Canada, knowing that it is a military, Q is a military, I am honored with the title of the Q, Queen of Canada. You know, it's a military, and as I said, not many people are aware that Q is an actual military branch. So when you refer to Q, and anyone who tried to dismiss Q is obviously missing a link. Don't have the information. in terms of what Q refers to. Q is also in some of the holy books. If some of you have had the privilege of reading the complete books of the holy books, Q is there as well. It's not a violent entity. It's a peaceful entity that protects mankind. So this is what I wanted to share with all of you guys earlier, and also to say thank you for all of the volunteer work, all the hard work that we as a community have done since May. And just a heads up that if anyone, regardless of what the source may be, and say, well, Queen Romana from a different timeline had signed, because there might be some individuals who will try to copy, they'll try to forge my signature. Yeah. But that's the old signature that from whatever is always on that phone, my ID. Anyways, just to quickly make sure that any document that may come out and say Queen Romana from the different timeline signed this, and here's her signature. No, that's all forged, and I didn't sign anything digitally or manually otherwise. And that signature is old. They don't have my current signature. I changed that a long time ago. So they can have my ID, but they don't have my signature. That's the old signature. Okay. And for people who have created fake accounts on Telegram, sending direct messages to anyone, I never, ever, ever, ever send direct message to anyone.
It's not
even to our administrators, not even to any of our volunteers. I do not send direct messages to anyone. So if you receive any messages saying Queen Romana, that's an impersonator or someone who has hacked my phone claiming they're Queen Romana and has created a separate profile with my name and my profile, my picture. So that's
into the bar.
That's to make sure that you guys know that I never direct message anyone at all.
Maybe.
And the impersonators are having a hard time every time I put their new fake accounts, and make sure that you guys are aware of all of these different impersonators trying to scam individuals of their money. I'm aware that someone or several people have received messages saying Queen Romana message, and to send their money to a specific crypto wallet. That has nothing to do with me. That's someone who was either hacked my cell phone, or people now that have access to my cell phone. We don't know how many people have access to the old cell phone now and the computer. But from the beginning, I've always said, I do not send direct messages to anyone. No one has, not even to our coordinators and volunteers, volunteer administrators. Okay, so that's very important, that you guys automatically delete and block the individual who sends these messages, whether they're cryptocurrency managers or whatever they are. No. You think I have time to actually be direct messaging each one of you? You kidding me? So, anyways. Yes.
Queen Romana, I'd like to ask you about the $1,000 for the seniors that nobody has received yet.
Actually, you know, that's what I had posted earlier. I was asking, in terms of all our seniors, because in my timeline, that would have gone out already in my timeline. In terms of if we do not have the different actors playing politics, in my timeline, I would have long been sending that $1,000 to all of our seniors. As I've mentioned a long time ago, our seniors are the ones who have built Canada and have, regardless of whether they were born in Canada or not born in Canada, in their own countries, they have paid the human energy through their work. I'm now going into the humanity energy. But what I'm saying is that if it were in my timeline, I would have given, and perhaps even more, our senior citizens that money, because our senior citizens have not only earned it, they're entitled to that, and through their taxes that they paid, and not even the taxes, but the contribution they have made with the humanity. So we have to, and as I said in my timeline, minus all of the different actors at play, and this we would have corrected already if we have if the different actors are not there. I made clear of what as a collective will happen and we would do in terms of people not doing their job, because they're supposed to be there to help our seniors, not to oppress, but to make sure. My role is to make sure that everyone in Canada and all of humanity stops suffering from the monetary system that was created under different timelines. And if they have not realized that yet, soon they will catch up as far as what it is really in my timeline, what it is that I represent for humanity and as a planet, and specifically for Canada first. It's not by accident that we have Canada first, because it is a template for what is the planet Earth 2 is all about, and how humanity is ascending. And we have different systems that must collapse. A system that was built, designed to enslave humanity in different timelines. And I operate from different timeline where peace and abundance, and we don't use money to control others. And sooner than later, money is no longer going to be a form of or a part of a system that puts someone in different category based on how much fiat currency they've accumulated. You see, fiat currency is out of nothing, yeah? It's printed out of nothing. The only reason it exists is because of the value that Canadians gives it. If Canadians stopped using that fiat currency, it will have no value because it's not backed by anything other than thin air. So this is also in our different timeline, we will not have that system. And I think that's why I had said use barter trading. And with DNAX, the system that I would have economically is that it would give higher value to the seniors. The older you get, the higher value you have, if we were to value humanity and life. But that's in my timeline. The system that I bring is different economic system, and money will not be a measure to that makes humanity, children, men and women suffer because of it. And so to me, that system is not part of my timeline. Actually, it's not there. And slowly, as I said, barter. And there comes a time, and that time is fast approaching, that we will not have, money is not going to be an issue for everyone. The system will change. The old timeline will not exist. And along with that, the economic system that enslaved humanity for thousands of years will not exist also. So we're getting there as far as moving to that timeline. You're observing that the timeline is clashing. But yes, that's in my timeline. Our seniors would have received that $1,000 and perhaps even more. You've observed also in my timeline, I would have appreciated our military officers who are making peanuts. Can you imagine? Some of you guys have seen, when I did the accounting of how much our military are being paid, the entry-level military. That's a poverty line.
Maybe need to get there.
So to me, there's a massive imbalance in terms of the economic system that's been used to really oppress humanity as a whole.
Going up, I put the sound down some.
So
Leave things alone.
we are working
Because mine, I knew was working.
surely and slowly, and also carefully, as far as manifesting the peace and prosperity that planet Earth should have.
This is your iPad.
And if we had more people with clear understanding of the different timelines and higher vibration,
Now it'll
then they will understand that senior citizens should have been taken care of a long time ago, as far as making sure that they're comfortable economically. It's horrendous to see senior citizen at age 65, 70 still working, trying to survive. You cannot claim your country as a first world country when you have that level of oppression. That's not success. That's not something to be proud of. That doesn't resemble freedom. That doesn't resemble humanity. When you have a senior citizen at that age having to work just to make ends meet. I've had several situations where I would be lining up at the grocery store, and I would watch I would be behind watching the senior citizen trying to counting money, and having to decide which grocery is a priority. Would she buy food for her cat and her not eat, or would she eat and not her cat? And oftentimes I would pay for the senior citizens grocery. But I find that appalling for a country like Canada that calls itself a first world country, that prides itself as peaceful and advanced. It's not. There's nothing advanced when members of your society doesn't have a home to go to and is freezing in the middle of winter. When you have a senior citizen that has to choose between feeding her cat versus having dinner that evening, that's nothing to be proud of. You can't call yourself a first world country when you have that happening in reality. And the challenge we've had with Canada is that we've portrayed, the media has portrayed Canada as this perfect country around the world. What it is it has been a hypocrite sending billions of dollars around the world to other countries. Meanwhile, we have our veterans who are homeless. We have our indigenous people who have for decades in boiling water to drink. And we have all of these senior citizens having to work at their age because they're receiving peanuts from the government. What is so great about Canada? When you look at that from that perspective, nothing. It's hypocrisy to claim that you can take care of other countries when your own people are starving in the middle of the street and are homeless. The true pandemic in Canada is we have
Billions.
we have so many people. We have millions of people that are living in below poverty line, and we have so many people that are in substance abuse. I mean, all you have to do is look at how many people actually died from the substance abuse, fentanyl overdose in British Columbia compared to other diseases. How many people died? That's the real pandemic, is the people dying from substance abuse. And whoever came up with the harm reduction program, that harm reduction program did nothing other than to give and to send a message to our young people that here you go, try these drugs, because if you can't afford it, we're going to give it to you. That's what harm reduction has promoted. It has increased the use of illegal substances. And what are you trying to do? Instead of actually curing them, you're keeping them dependent on that particular drug by supplying them on a daily basis or however it is dispensed. You're not curing it. That's the most backwards way of health system that you can have. And what they have done is made the government a legalized drug dealer using public's money. So your taxes is being used by the government to go buy drugs to give it to the drug addicts. How is that curing anyone? That's not a health system. And why has it not been fixed for decades? Because no one has the brain to do it. You see, throwing money into a problem and hoping it goes away doesn't make it go away. And so when you talk about pandemic, that's the real pandemic. And what about our, the missing children? What about the adrenochrome? What about that? What happened to the missing children? How come? Who paused? Oh, why is this video paused? There you go. So what happened? What's with the adrenochrome? How come no one is addressing that? No one's addressing the pandemic that has to do with addiction, drug addiction. That's across the country, the fentanyl and other drugs. That's killing our Canadians.
Get rid of the media?
You see, that's one thing.
Media?
The media has
We can educate people.
the media has their role to play in terms of exposing themselves. In my timeline, they would have already been gone. The military is part of the audience.
Oh, good, good. Okay, yes.
And there are many military personnel that are following my channel. And remember, we have battles up there, we have battles on the surface, and we have battles underground. The task of our community on the surface is to educate as many people as possible while the battle is happening there and underground. What I'm saying is that when I speak of my timeline, that's a direction in which. Okay. Because not everything can happen all at once. You see, otherwise we will, right?
People will flip out. Yes.
Exactly. So, in my timeline, I would give direction in terms of where I'm shifting the direction of the kingdom. Yes? Where what I would like to see happening in the kingdom, I am giving instructions as to how and what they need to do. How quickly that is implemented from the three-dimensional timeline to our timeline, the military aspect of it. And of course, that part there of the battle that we have, there are a lot of moving pieces. Yes?
Yes.
But they can see the clear direction of where the Kingdom of Canada is heading. The peace and prosperity for all, and that everyone will live in an abundant life.
Right, yes.
Starting with the mid-beds that will be accessible to everyone, not just the select few, not just the privileged, not just the well-known families, Everyone will have access to it for free. Exactly. So this is the timeline that we are ushering people from their third dimensional timeline to here. But remember, many of you have already witnessed the battles, and that's just a few battles that have been captured uh, up there via cameras. There's battle 24 hours a day up there.
Yes.
There's battle 24 hours a day. The underground is more of clearing part of it, yes? And the battle that we have on the surface is the ideologies, the right and wrong ideologies, yes? So all of that pieces play into it. But if you guys have noticed, I'm focused on this is where our kingdom is going. And as soon as that timeline merge, then we will have that reality and the changes is in effect in a way. Because you've noticed, I've already said, how come our military is paid very, peanuts? And they have given their lives to the country.
Well, minimum wage is peanuts too. It's ridiculous.
Exactly. So all of these are being adjusted. And right now, with the seniors, as I said, our seniors have more than earned that $1,000 top up to whatever they're receiving now. So I think the media, they serve a specific purpose for a different timeline. Yes. And then we have our alternative. In this case, Telegram is an alternative media. So
70,000 people on.
No. What I'm saying is that instead of focusing on the mainstream media that has a particular narrative, we have to also create our own media that balances this narrative here to allow the public to decide and see the difference between two.
Yes.
Because that's how you empower the public. Instead of just, going and doing one thing, you have to show both sides by example and let them see and choose which one. As I said, the military is a huge part of the equation, and there are moving pieces that changes in a matter of seconds. What happens up there affects the chess moves, yes? And what happens down. So as far as the surface, what we need to focus on is on the positive energy, where the law of energy is what you focus on magnifies. So instead of focusing on the media, focus on the positive things that we're doing, and that will enlarge, it will extend outside. So thank you for sharing your experiences, and thank you for that. As I said, the military is listening and is following anonymously. They have their own screen, whatever names that they use, but everyone's aware that this specifically, just like us journalists and RCMPs and everybody else is on this 73,000 people channel here. So do not try not to underestimate the power of this 73,000, because if it was only with that energy, believe you me, they would not have come to detain me. So you'd be surprised as to the reach this channel has around the world and the military community. Someone had a question. This is now turning into a Q&A.
Yes, please. I was reading yesterday about all the radiation that was coming out of the flooded dumps. Is that in fact true radiation? Because that's so significant. It almost, we're really talking about humanity even surviving if that is true radiation coming out. Is that true? Can you talk to that, please?
If there was radiation, you would have had people dying already.
Yeah.
Next question.
We have seen, we have seen people who've been hurt by something in lower British Columbia. That's all.
Hurt as in?
Burnings. For example, and upper northwestern U.S. I saw in a video with Patty Broussard, I think her name is. McDonald. She's been helping a girl that was in and around Hope, BC. It's in I found this in your comment section on the chat after we were looking at that wonderful plasma show or war. It was in the comments in there.
So were they hurt from the radiation from the plasma battle, or were they hurt from the radiation from the supposed tunnel cleaning?
Yeah, not from the plasma battle, no, but from something that was being emitted in the area around Hope in particular. And also there was another situation in the northern part of the U.S. that was on the Patty Broussard channel, an interview of about a week ago. And they went on to the EPA website. I don't know of one in Canada of the equivalent, showing the radiation levels on the EPA's website. The RADNAD, something like that.
You see, if there was radiation poisoning or injuries, you would have had that entire community in the hospital somewhere.
I don't know. Apparently they tried to get help through the hospitals and nobody wanted to look at it. I don't know. This is why I'm asking the question.
And I answered it in a different way, is that if there was radiation poisoning, you would have an entire community in the hospital.
All right. Thank you.
You're welcome. So I have observed that we have certain groups or certain individuals, I don't know who they are, would come up with podcasts, what have you. I think some of you remember when I spoke about the video encouraging people to run to the mountains and hide from the military. You see, these kinds of videos are parallel to this radiation toxicity claim. But the simple thing is, if there was radiation there, you would have an entire community sick. It's as simple as that. Not one, not two, because it would have spread. The radiation would have via air, via water, everything in that area. It's the same propaganda that they've used with when the Japan's nuclear system was supposedly leaked. None. No. So
so we can eat
It's
fish.
it's another fear pornography. Yeah. Next question.
Romana?
Hi. Go ahead.
Hi, I'm Jill.
Hi, Jill.
First, I just want to say thank you for who you are and appearing in my life and allowing me to co-create with you. And I'm looking forward to what we're going to do together. And I'm focusing on your message every day. And I just want to ask a question. I've been wondering, why is Canada first? Why us? Why are we the example for the world? So curious.
I am here. Simple as that.
That's it? Because you're here. Thank you. That's it, huh? So simple.
And yes, my sole contract. Choose Canada. I've chosen Canada. You see, I had the choice when I was young to come to Canada or not. I lived a privileged life when I was young, so I didn't have to come to Canada.
Well, thank God and thank goodness that you're here. And so I was so thrilled to see your face on the Charlie Ward show one day. And as soon as I saw you, you're very welcome. And as soon as I saw you, I knew. I just knew you were it. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
You're very welcome.
Anyone else? This has turned into a Q&A. Might as well. I have my water. I can survive for the next 8 hours. Okay, no one else has a question?
Actually, I would like to say something, Romana.
Queen Romana, I noticed your light. Oh.
Hi, the gentleman.
Okay, I'll go first. I would just like to say thank you very much for the things that you're doing for us and encouraging us in every way. I'd like to share with everybody that the important thing is right now is that we need to come together as IAMs, or we the people, and share our vibrations with others. That's the only way we're going to help them wake up, I think, is to shed the light. Basically, share your vibrations. People feel it. I see it all the time when I do it myself. I can actually project my love onto them, and they go from being tense to very at ease and really like super at ease. And it's as simple as that. And through that, we will help spread the word, spread the light.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what we need to do. It just won't take long. I just wanted to share that.
Thank you. Appreciate that. It's true. I'm sure that whoever came across in terms of my experience when the RCMP took me from the office to the hospital and everyone around me during that time, regardless of how minuscule the time that they've spent with me, by my sharing of my energy with them, something shifted. They may not realize it that very moment, but I'm sure something shifted, even with the RCMP, the nurses, the doctors, the psychiatrists. I mean, it's not every day that you walk into a psychiatrist's office or a psychiatrist have a supposed patient come into the room who is perhaps more calm than the psychiatrist. So, and my simply not panicking, or by simply keeping calm and keeping my energy vibration high and holding it there, definitely it shifted the energies. Some it's instant to change. is realized. Some may take a while, but it's a seed that grows. And I mean, I never imagined that when I released back in May the video that we would be 73,000 people in less than a year, considering that we have had the mainstream media doing everything possible to discredit my work, to try to bury my any of my posts. And we haven't spent one penny on advertisement, not once. And yet, because of the light, the energy that I emit simply by being me, and the people that are ready to receive that energy and that light and to learn, they end up finding themselves in our channel. So that is the, not necessarily magic, but that is the art of energy. Is as you have said earlier, you have been working, and I can sense the frustration because you think it's not changing. It is changing energies, not perhaps to the speed in which you would like to see, but it is. And you think that you're not helping, or you're not part of the military, or us, the Phoenix, and and brother Evergreen, but you are all part of that creation. All of us are doing our parts until that timeline merges. Then we realize, oh yeah, we were actually, we were manifesting this. So everyone is a part of it. Whether they like it or not, DNAX is working. So another question, please.
Not a question as much as just a comment. Have you ever gone surfing?
No, but I do go skiing.
Because I'm having the wildest dreams. The other night, you were surfing, wearing the brilliant colored clothes that I've ever seen. And I just wanted to know if you'd ever gone surfing, or if you
my higher self
through my dreams. Like
my higher self would be.
It was just wild. The other thing I want to say is thank you to all the IMs and our beautiful queen for the humanitarian work you've been doing. I'm so impressed. During these times when everybody's struggling to have these good things coming out with no government interference, that's brilliant. Let's do more. Thank you, Romana.
You're welcome. I've mentioned, I think yesterday or a day before, that many people are triggered with my title, Queen. Again, different timelines.
You are our queen, and you will always be our queen.
Thank you.
Timeline. Have a good night, everybody.
Thank you.
Well,
anyone else?
I noticed you're wearing white.
Yes, thank you.
I had a question, Queen Romana.
Sure.
I'm
Go
Jessica.
ahead.
It's so nice to actually talk to you. Thank you for everything.
You're welcome.
I had a question about the med beds. So I'm only 37, and I've lost a lot of my teeth. Sorry. And I'm just wondering, how does we get our teeth back? How does that work?
The technology of the medbed technologies, yes? First of all, it's not human technology. It's their technology there. So it can actually grow not just our teeth, but restore our original state of beings. And you've seen some doctors grow certain parts in the lab.
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Mm-hmm.
That technology is part of that. Yes.
Very nice. So they will be coming to Canada this month, right?
That is the idea. And we are the kind of the first that I think some of you may have watched Gene Decode mention that Canada will first roll out med beds, and the military is guarding that technology, rightly so, because it once was given to a particular group of people to guard and ended up being suppressed for so many decades. Yes. Mm-hmm. So it is important that when it gets to Canada, that it will be protected and secured by the military. So, because the technology is not from this world, that if it were to again get in the hands of the wrong people, then we're going to be back to square one, right? So the med beds and the replicators, I've asked for the replicators, but everything is controlled by the military and is guarded by the military. And yes. But I think the first thing that's very important, and Canada being the first one to roll it out, is perhaps everyone around the world is really watching or asking why Canada was chosen. And my answer was simply earlier that because I'm here and I've chosen Canada. I could have chosen to go to the United States or other parts of the world. But, and actually, this elbow, yes. I have a map of Canada, birthmark, map of Canada.
What? Wow.
I know, freaky. I didn't pay attention to it before until one day I looked and I said, if you flipped it over, the map is actually map of Canada, or the birthmark is map of Canada before US and Canada was sliced up in the middle, the 49th parallel, before it was that. Seriously. So that's why probably unconsciously consciously I have chosen Canada. Yes. Just a segue to that med beds and the replicator conversation. So, and the world is watching in terms of how we handle this technology, because as I said, I've made an oath, a personal oath, that in my timeline, every single person in Canada will have access to the med beds for free, and no one should have to pay for that. We're flipping the what is it? The bull on its horn. How's the saying? Or we're flipping that narrative when they used to monetize all technologies, make money, and then the people that were supposed to had access to it were denied because they didn't have money to use it. So that is all gone as far as my timeline. That doesn't exist in my timeline. So next, Anyone else?
Hi, Queen.
Hello.
Queen Romana, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Go ahead, please.
Hi, I have a question. I stumbled on your channel, and I have been very reluctant at times throughout the year, not on your channel, but hearing about, with Simon Parks and others. And I'm always grown up in the church, so I was like, no way. But I've just been praying about it, and I keep getting drawn in more and more. So with all that being said, I am curious, how do I meditate, because I'm not one that has ever meditated, or manifest?
You have children?
They're grown.
You manifested those children. That's a manifestation. That's a physical evidence of manifestation. Children. So you can't say you've never manifested. You manifested being here on this channel. That's all manifestation, whether you recognize it or not. Okay. Yes. If each individual actually sat down and wrote everything that had happened to them, that's all manifestation, whether intentional or not, conscious or not, that's all manifestation. So in terms of how do you meditate, I was asked that question, actually, whether I follow Buddhism or I don't, or what have you. I meditate specifically by quieting my mind. It takes practice for humans to do, and depending on the energy vibration you're in, it will take discipline. But to start meditating, start every day, set your alarm clock and take 2 to 5 minutes to just do nothing other than quiet your mind. And don't try to do it like longer than that, because the mind, if it's not disciplined, will start wandering and will start thinking.
Which mine does all the time.
Yeah, so you need to do it gradually. And meditation is emptying. You're emptying the mind and connecting there. Higher source, God, the creator. It's not about listening to your mind. No. Many people say you have to listen to your mind. No, that's not how meditation works. It's emptying your mind so that your mind is able to receive the download, the spiritual download here. And speaking of, actually, now that I have pointed to my head, energetically, try to not allow anyone to touch your head. That's the crown that sometimes people who may innocently touch your head, their energy may block the energy that's coming through your head. That's why some people in certain cultures will never allow you to touch their head, because they know that. So in terms of meditation, that's how I meditate, is by quieting the mind. It had taken actually a long time in terms of being able to practice straight meditation without interference, because before the shall we say the bad ETs were removed from planet Earth, or began to be removed from planet Earth, they were actually sending signals to our brains, whether we knew it or not. They were always sending signals. And that's why people say Do you hear voices? And some people think that when someone says, I hear voices, that is, they are schizophrenic or mentally unstable. That is actually an external entity that was part of the destructive entity archetypes that were specifically sending vibration, just like our Wi-Fi would send broadcast messages. And depending on how disciplined or how spiritually in touch an individual was or is, then that they call it psychic messages, psychic interference. Those are actually part of the negative archetypes that were sending those messages. So when it comes to meditation, do it gradually so that you can discipline your mind, and it's emptying the mind, not listening to anything, just be there.
Okay, thank you very much. I got my sweatshirt in today. It's beautiful. I love it, and I'm very proud of it. And I have my flag. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
I appreciate everything you do and the information that you share with us. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. Anyone else?
I have a question.
Okay.
Okay. Basically, my whole family has been vaccinated.
Okay.
What can I do to protect them, if anything, now?
In terms of sorry?
They've been all vaccinated with that vaccination, that fake vaccination. But I hear so many bad things about that vaccination. Is there anything that I can do to save them? I guess is what I'm trying to say.
Physically, this is not what is it? Physically, the vaccines.
Yes.
Actually, I will address this from the higher perspective, higher energy. The vaccines has technologies in it, yes? The nanotechnology.
Yes.
One of the videos I recommended from YouTube, from Dr. Virtual 7, actually kills and removes nanobots. You can, depending on your family, you can ask them to listen to it. And I have also asked our brothers and sisters who have the advanced technologies to shut down nanotechnologies signal. And their effects. I have also asked for their help to transmute whatever is in that vial of vaccine, or it's not even a vaccine. It's on trial, or they're trying it until the year 2023, so it's not a vaccine. So those are the things that I could answer in terms of the effects of the vaccine and how you can protect your families. I don't know how open they are in terms of listening to the vibrational music or video that I have recommended. Because you see, technologies, funny enough, these nanotechnologies can be disabled by sound alone. With the specific frequencies, technologies, the nanotechnologies can be disabled.
I've got all of your 6 videos, and I listen to them.
Excellent. Yes, especially with
depending on what's going on. And as you can probably tell, since I'm the only one in my family that's not vaccinated, I'm kind of the black sheep of the family. So
I'm sure I am.
Listen to me very much.
I'm sure right about now I am too, since especially after the news spread that I have been detained by the RCMP. In my family, we've always been taught the proper and etc. The name of the family cannot be tarnished. There's that aspect of it. And for people saying, I'm the black sheep of the family, oh, welcome to the club. And when someone say, exactly, when someone say, so many people dislike me, oh, welcome to the club. I'm internationally, and probably there's a segment of the population around the world and in Canada, definitely, who think that I am crazy. And I'm glad that Dr. Miller has cleared me and gave me a clean bill of health. Just because of the differing opinions and differing level of knowledge that we have. So this is the challenge, as far as judgment, people judging others who may have different information or have access or knowledge, and judging them based on their particular experience only, because that's all they can do is judge the individual based on their personal experiences and knowledge. They cannot judge others based on another level. They can only judge people based on their experience and their level of understanding. This is why I said, whatever you think of me is none of my business. Because I know that you're judging me, or whoever's judging me is judging me based only on their personal experience and knowledge. That has nothing to do with me. So why would I, bother or be bothered by someone else's opinion? The people's opinion doesn't make it a fact. That's just an opinion, and you know what they say about opinion. Some stink than others. So,
correct.
So you see.
One last question, then. Sorry. One last question, then. They've now initiated the vaccination of our babies in the lower grade schools. I have no idea what to do to help to kind of, if there's any way of stopping it.
I think this is where our parents have to stand up for their children. Our military is there, but it's not the job of the military. It's not my job alone to protect the children. The parents have to protect their children. And this is where we are. And also I've mentioned that unfortunately there is, in the third dimension, there is the free will, and there is unfortunately a segment of the population that is simply not doing research to educate themselves. And also there's a huge part of it being a soul contract. And this is where we have to really keep in mind that the children are souls. They're not just little babies. They have had prior experiences. Their soul have had prior experiences, and this is probably going above some audiences' understanding. But children,
I understand you,
right, manifests, and they are souls. And some children's souls are older by thousands of years, older than the parents, the human parent. And that is part of their soul contract, to have those parents and to have those experience. So if we understood that soul contract, then we will understand that when we feel hurt, that is the ego reacting. Yes?
yes, very much so.
Because those children,
the only thing I've been basically getting anybody to listen to me at all on that subject was when I tell them this, the days of the vaccination at the school, keep your children home. Because in this world here, sending your kids to school is actually giving the school permission to do it.
Yes, and I think I have also said that children are there to be educated. In fact, I have said all schools should be closed for school year 2021 to 2022 until we have, in my timeline, we have restructured the educational system. And so, but again, the children that manifested within that particular family have chosen, as part of their contract, have chosen those parents. And it's part of that consciousness to show the abilities and experiences and the decisions that the parents are making on behalf of the children. So there is that link, and we who have higher understanding of the soul contract need to remember that nothing is happening by accident, and those children that are receiving vaccination based on the choices of their parents, some may be hurt, some may not be hurt based on their soul contract. There is a higher energy that is at play, and it is all a learning experience. And I've mentioned previously that part of our soul contract is that some of the people, adults, youth, and children will depart planet Earth because their soul contract is finished, whether they are 1 year old or not yet born or seniors. It's because their time on Earth has finished. That's part of their contract. And we have to let go, and we have to stop. I'm aware it's not easy with family members to let go undetached. So the learning there is we have to understand detachment and the soul contract. Each one has a soul contract. We didn't make that contract. It's up to them. And we cannot interfere with that contract. That's the prime directive of higher beings, is that they will not, and we should not interfere with the soul contract. That's an individual soul that needs to experience whatever they came to Earth to experience. and the third dimension, the human aspect of the soul that have not yet grown will feel hurt and frustrated because no one's listening or is not being listened to. So we have to focus on this aspect of that's why they were given the free will. Those souls have free will, albeit they're manifested as young child or not yet born or an adult or senior. There's that. You see, my uncle in Vancouver, the one that sponsored me to Canada, the last time I had a conversation, I asked him, I call him Dad. I said, he asked me, are you vaccinated? And I said, absolutely not. And then he went into well, you have had all kinds of vaccinations when you were young. And, before you came to Canada, you had all these vaccinations. And then I said, yes, Dad, I know. And I've learned a lot then since that time, right? And when I was young, I didn't have the privilege to make my own decision. And now as an adult, I am making that decision. And he said, well, okay, I respect your decision. And I said, thank you very much. And I respect the fact that you also made your decision and decided to get injected. So, you see, because we both understand that there's that free will and there's that soul contract. Whether expressed or not, there is that higher contract.
Well, I think you've helped me out with getting a Christmas gift anyhow for each one of my family. And what I'll do is I'm going to make a recording and put it on a UBS stick and give each one of my family a copy of those 6 videos for Christmas.
And I actually...
Go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, I said that. No, I'm done. Thank you.
Okay. I was also going to share with you that I actually personally used, a long time ago, I actually personally used the Dr. Virtual 7, the nanotechnology, the one that kills nanotechnology or nanobot. I actually personally used that. And because I used to have an asthma when I was young, and I didn't understand because why would I have asthma? And I used that, and then I observed that the nanotechnology actually came out of me while I was sleeping. So I guess it came out from my pores, skin, for so many days. Just first day it was like 2, I think, and I was using white bed sheets. So I was looking for it. And it was there, and then I continued using it. And the more I used it, the more my asthma disappeared. And the more I saw these really, really tiny black, almost, even smaller than a needle. Yes, it's like a thread of hair, but very, very tiny, very, very short. But I tried to crush it, and I couldn't. And that's why I knew it was actually a nanobot that probably I have inhaled or, well, as my dad had said, I was injected, I was vaccinated, all the kinds of vaccinations when I was young. And of course, when I traveled to Africa to visit, I was so innocent then. I was just in high school, or right after high school, that I also went and happily gave my arm for the injection because I wanted to go travel the world. So perhaps that's where all of the nanobots came from. I don't know. It could have been from from the food I used to eat or drink.
It's everywhere. Those
Yes.
nanobots are everywhere right now. So,
Yes.
and that's why that video is so precious.
Mhm.
That we need to. Everybody needs to get a copy off the web and onto something
Yeah.
that they can play in case anything ever happens to those to them on the YouTube or that, so that you've got them.
Mhm.
They're precious now. Those are worth your life, basically.
Yes. So
All right,
anyone,
I've sort of taken up enough of your time.
it's
Go
okay.
ahead. I've
So
taken up enough of
anyone,
your time. I'm all done my questions, so I'll let you finish off.
so anyone who feels they can't breathe, start using that, and you'll see. You'll be able to. Your chest will feel a lot. Clearer. You can breathe easily. And my asthma disappeared after I used that for a long time. Well, not a long time actually, but continuously using that. So,
Yeah, there's actually one video there that I don't use.
Mhm.
I haven't used yet. Because I've been reading the description in it, and I don't know if I'm ready to. Because that video says that if your people around you are not of your wavelength, you'll actually lose them.
yes.
You'll move away from them.
Yes, the higher frequencies that brings you up. And if you're not, if you're not prepared to lose everything and everyone that is not in alignment with you, then don't use that video. Don't play that video, because seriously, people that are it's a detachment video. People that are not within your energetic level at that time, when you start using that, will disappear. Albeit they move away, albeit they pass away, or something happens. But it's like clearing your entire your environment. That's what that video is. So it's scary to many who are not ready, and that's why I say, if you're not ready, don't use it, because you have to be able. You're welcome. You have to be able to
sending
be.
you sending you much love. Thank you very much.
Thank you. You're welcome.
May I ask a question?
Sure.
I have possession of a private master discharge and indemnity bond from the United States Department of the Treasury. This all came about by my birth certificate and followed by my death certificate. I was able to claim this bond from people that I know, and I would like to donate it somehow to your cause. It's worth a great amount of money. It's over $100 billion, and I have two of these. I was wondering if there's a way that you can actually use them to further your cause.
Okay, that's the question. The first of all, everything that you donate will give to we the people. Not a penny will go to me, and we'll have a group of individuals who will serve as trustees to oversee the disbursement of that fund. So when we have projects, it will be handled. That funds will be overseen by all of those volunteers, just the way I had set it up when I had the GoFundMe fundraising, where I was detached from it, and I had those 18 people who were assigned to oversee and make sure that the funds was being spent according to whatever the project was. Definitely.
I realize that, but I'm just wondering, do you or somebody else know how to actually discharge these bonds?
Perhaps after the EBS, we can have a conversation with the Treasury Department.
That would be lovely.
Because it's the bonds are under the Treasury Department. It's no longer under the Federal Reserve. Yes, so they would be they would be handled through the Treasury.
That would be wonderful. I would love to figure out how to help humanity with these.
Yes. So stay tuned. I will, after everything has been cleared and EBS has taken place, and everything there is cleared, and everything down there is cleared, and and the surface situation is cleared, then definitely humanity will have a completely different energy. And yes, the Treasury Department will have to have a conversation with the Treasury for that.
So for now, then, they can be used, in your opinion?
I would say it's not an appropriate time to deal with the Treasury.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome. I knew that question was going to come up. Go ahead. Next question, please. Anyone else?
Are you in charge of the military? Can you hear me? Are you in charge?
There's a video. There's a video that went, I think that was as far back as July. Someone made a video about me being in charge of the military. And I will borrow the CIA's phrase. I can neither deny or confirm.
And can we have these streamlined question and answers? Maybe once a week if you're able.
Definitely, we can try that, but we will set a specific time so it doesn't go on and on and on all night long.
Yeah. And can we meet Evergreen and Phoenix?
I will have to ask their permission.
Yeah, ask them, because I would love to, because they're the ones you mentioned, and I think other people would probably like it too. I don't know.
Hi, can anyone hear me?
I will have to ask their permission and see whether they are willing to show their human makeup in terms of their actual identity. Yeah.
Fair enough. Yeah.
Okay. Yes.
Can anyone hear me?
Anyway, either way.
Yes, and but I will ask at the appropriate time. Hi, someone's asking.
Hello. Yeah. Hello. Can anyone hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me all right?
Yes.
I was wondering if you could please tell me anything about Rh negative blood, or where Rh negative blood came from.
Okay. Oops. The different types of blood comes from the different ETs that came to planet Earth. There's the humans on planet Earth is not 100% human. There is, through DNA manipulation, there is not significant, but there. I think the best way to describe it is humans are Heinz 57. Anyone know that? Heinz 57, all mixed. There's humans from different cultures, but through DNA manipulation, for 300 plus thousands of years, blood has mixed, and that's mixed with some of the ETs that had relations or forcibly had relations with humans, or have taken human DNA and then created humans from using their advanced technologies. So
I was just wondering why it's so rare. Go ahead.
It's so rare in terms of not many humans were part of the DNA mixing. So they only did, right? So that's why it's right.
There's only like 15% of the population has Rh negative blood, and I was just wondering if there was more to it than that, if they were something different.
No, it's through the DNA manipulation.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Anything else? Anyone else?
Hi, Queen Romana.
I'm on a roll. Hi.
Hi. I had a question that I wanted to ask.
Okay.
And that is, with this pandemic that's happened, it has decimated businesses across Canada. And we know that with this great awakening and the collective consciousness raising, that some of these businesses that have gone under are for the betterment of everybody. So what I'm wondering and what I want to know from you is, out of your knowledge of what you know of as far as upcoming technologies, what are going to be 3 areas of places for people to work that we're going to need or be very focused on as far as importance moving forward?
Yeah, technology, our health, I think number 1 in Canada is our medbed industry. Because all of the current supposed health system, anyone who works there that has been part of the pharmaceutical industry, educated and maintained, is already obsolete based on the medbed technology we have. So that's one. We also have thousands of technologies that have been suppressed that will be released. So science, the health industry, everything is literally upside down, and we will have new technologies, new ways of lives that is unimaginable to many people. The changes I've mentioned will be so fast at a breakneck speed that you would not recognize. Obviously, it will not be the same Canada. The Kingdom of Canada is not the same as the Canada 3D. So it's like, how would I describe in terms of the new? Everything is new. Even our way of life is new. Not just in Canada, but the planet Earth is like having access to number 1 financially. It would be similar to someone who left you an inheritance that you never knew existed. Yes?
Yeah, it's like a complete rebirth.
Yes, that's from the financial aspect of it. The technology is definitely from out of this world. That's true, 1,000%. And the judicial system, if people are asking or looking in terms of what industry they should be looking at, many industries will exist, but the technologies that they will use is not the same. Yes. But the biggest change we will have in terms of change and the where we should be focusing on is the science technology.
That's great. Thank you.
You're welcome. And there's one more thing. The humanity, the human's ability to think independently from the robots. So that consciousness is there. That's the most valued. The empathy. Robots don't have empathy. So although we will have AI, the fact that humans have the soul and that empathy is very precious to whatever industries we create in terms of ascending. Yes. So that's part of anyone who is in the practice of spirituality. And I'm referring to the real practice of spirituality, not those ones that clear there from 5D and then they portray hate, on YouTube or starts discrediting someone that they don't like. And as as triggered, they get very triggered as soon as someone disagrees with their perspective. So that's just that's just fake spirituality. So yes.
May I ask another question?
Sure.
I was I'm under attack by the deep state currently. And I was trying to use a promissory note that you posted on the site. It was used by numerous banks. I was wondering if there's a way that I can, actually use that to try to fund myself while I'm under attack.
You've mentioned the promissory note, as you've mentioned, is used by banks. It is a legal tender in Canada. There's the banking system created that actually, and the banking laws recognizes promissory note as a legal tender, and you guys saw the laws referenced in that promissory note that I had published.
I have, but yet the bank still they suggest that I take out a loan.
The bank is, when you present, this is the bank's playing games clearly, because the instrument itself is a legal tender. You created your own money, basically, just like all the banks do. So they don't like competitions. But you are using their language, yes? And yes. Their laws. So because it is their instrument currency, they obviously will try and deviate from their own written laws, the banking laws that recognizes it as legal tender, because you can use the minute they negotiate, meaning the minute they trade on that instrument, it is a recognition from their side that it is money. Because anyone actually who understands banking laws can use the promissory note. That's what the banks do, is they create their own money. Or in this case, they print money out of thin air. In reality, what makes an entity called a bank having the rights to create money out of thin air versus a human that is a natural entity to create his or her money. There's no difference. It's just they're wanting to make you, by making you take out a loan, using what? They're going to ask you to take out a loan, and what are they going to do? They're going to go to their keyboards and create and punch in number, and then out comes a fake loan number, and then they issue to you a check to say, here's your loan. What's the difference between that and the promissory note?
The difference is that they will actually do the first one, the promissory note. I'm just trying to get funding. I am incredibly being attacked right now. So I really need money to support myself and my family while this is happening. But I tried, if there's a way that I can actually use it. I am very familiar. I'm involved in finance and whatnot. I'm very familiar with the banking system and have been for a long time, and how it doesn't work and how it doesn't exist, along with our courts and everything else. But my question is, how can I actually utilize that today or tomorrow so that I can actually get some funds in my hands and support myself?
Well, as I said, only when they honor, because that's their created tool. Yes, it's their tool.
Agreed.
So right? Because it's created under their banking laws. So if they choose to honor their own laws, then they will accept. But if they're, as you mentioned, you're being attacked by specific entity, then most likely they will not honor that. They will not honor their own laws that they've created for themselves.
Is there any bank that might be more apt to accept it than others, or credit unions or anything?
Queen, may I speak, Queen?
Credit unions may not necessarily be so apt in terms of how it's used. I mean, not so many bankers in Canada, even all the way to the level of vice presidents of banks in Canada, are aware of certain banking instruments. They'd look at you like they've been hit with something. They haven't got a clue. As far as trying to negotiate a promissory note outside of, if you're thinking of another country, I couldn't tell you right now. I would say the military is in charge, and it's not in terms of dealing with the financial instruments. And I'm sure you recognize my linguistics when it comes to banking. As far as dealing with financial instruments, this is not the appropriate time.
So any suggestions on how can I fund myself while I'm under this attack?
If you're in the United States or Canada, we have set up the groceries group, which allows families that need help. It's a tiny way of helping people and families, and it's done by Good Samaritans. It's set up in each province and territory. You might want to access that. You can access it through the. You can ask one of the administrators or volunteer administrators to give you the link of the appropriate province wherever you are. I don't know how large your family that you're trying to support, but the groceries group is intended, as I said, to try and help out people who are in need of support. And it has a limit of $1,000 a month.
Yeah, my fixed expenses right now, without even fighting the tyranny that's after me, is $3,000 a month.
See? And perhaps there's a, if you ask, there is perhaps an anonymous individuals or Samaritans that will extend generosity to you. You never know. Now that you are here on this channel, I mean, I've seen good Samaritans suddenly pop up and help people that have requested for help out of nowhere. So I think when the intentions is there, the right energies come in and provide support.
Thank you. Then I would plead to anybody that's hearing this to please contact me. Thank you very much, Queen.
You're welcome.
Love you.
Love you too, guys.
Hello.
That's why I came to Canada. Big time.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi, this is Suzanne. I just have a question. You may have already answered it because I got on here late. I would like to know if you could please let us know where Canada stands with regards to, are we a republic? What exactly does that mean? I was researching into this before any of this happened. What exactly does that mean? And where can we find documentation of proof of things? Because one of the challenges I feel that we have in Canada, it's hard to find information that we know whether it's true or false. So when it comes to the new laws and with regards to being a republic and that sort of thing, I'm just wondering if you can maybe help us out with that a little bit, maybe let us know what that means and where we stand with things, please.
A political question.
It is not I'm not a political person, but I know it is sort of at the root of everything.
So I will decline to answer that question. It's not appropriate at this moment.
Okay.
Considering the situations and the chess moves that's happening. That's all.
Queen, okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Can I just then ask with regards to where we stand with the med beds? I did sign up a long time ago for the to be involved with the med beds. So I'm just wondering where things stand with that, if they're being rolled out or if any training has started or how we will hear about that, please.
Okay. The military is in charge of the medbed. I've answered that question earlier. And in terms of training, the training is going to be the people that are going to be invited. I know that we have set up a sign-up group for the medbeds. The trainer. Yes. The trainers, number one, the individuals who are going to be chosen to train for the medbed will be chosen not by me or not by our volunteers, but will be chosen by the higher beings based on their vibration and intentions. As far as are they there to help humanity, and are they in alignment with the higher energy. The trainers are also going to be our benevolent beings alongside the military.
Perfect.
Okay. Once, in terms of the rollout, the military is in charge of that. The Alliance is in charge of that. And will arrive in Canada, will have arrived in Canada, and will be, the public will be informed, or those who have signed up will be informed in terms of where the medbeds training is going to be done. Again, the arrival of the medbeds is controlled by the Alliance. Okay.
Perfect.
We are.
Okay.
You're welcome.
Thank you. That's
You're
great.
welcome.
Thank you.
Okay. Next question.
Here's another question from Berlin in Germany. Thank you. Can you
All
hear
right,
me?
Berlin.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead. I'm trying to turn up the volume.
Okay, I'll do my best. I'm asking, everybody seems to be waiting for the med beds, and you were always telling about celestial chambers. And
Yes.
is that the same as tachyon chambers that are already available all over the world? Is that the same? And how do they work? As far as I know, it's more like the precondition for everything and not so much the healing. Is that correct?
Yes, the medbeds that's referred to now in the 3D, 3D, are not the same as the medbeds technologies, celestial chambers that I refer to, that is controlled by the Alliance. Yes? I think some of you may have heard Gene Decode speak about it also, but not to the extent that everyone would like. But no, they're different. The medbeds, or however they're calling it now, that's supposedly around the world, they're not the same technologies. Perhaps these tachyon, did you say? Medbeds types are shall we say, a tryout of someone trying to do reverse technology, but doesn't have the correct technology, because the entities, the benevolent entities that have gifted it to humanity are working with the military to produce these celestial chambers, medbeds. That is why in Canada, I had specifically said in my timeline that no one will be allowed to charge anyone to use the medbed, because we're dealing with I think people who are trying to create fake or fake technology, medbeds technology, a copy, what is it, a replicate of a technology that they have no access to.
Okay, thank you. So whenever something is charged, then I can be sure it's not your technology or the higher galactic.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Exactly. Because
Thank you.
because the oath that I have solemnly taken, is that humanity will have access to that technology for free, and Canadians especially will have free access to that technology. So anyone charging either for the training or for the use of technology has nothing to do with the technology I speak of. And definitely not coming from the higher beings.
Queen, may I ask you a question?
Certainly.
Yes. I most definitely want to thank you and appreciate you for all that you have done, doing, and continue to do for humanity and all of us I ams. I have a chat since 2021, and I had sent you a invite a few days ago. Matter of fact, on your first voice chat, and again, I would like to extend that invitation to you. But most importantly, um, I'm all in line with everything that you are speaking about, and I'm trying to enlighten other people as to how we are enlightening humanity with our energy, because we're all light source energies. And I was explaining to a gentleman yesterday, and I just wanted to share this with you. I was going to a store, from one grocery store to another. I seen a gentleman walking, and my spirit told me to turn around and say something to the guy. So I turned around and motioned to the guy and made contact with him, and we sat there and talked for almost an hour. And the first thing I asked him was, I say, "Hey man, can I bless you?" And he was like, "Sure," because he looked like he might have, uh, needed some blessing. So I blessed the guy, and he was so in tune with everything in regards to being an incarnation, and he believed in reincarnation. He knew that he was an incarnate, and he understood the fact that he was here in the now to do what needs to be done now for all of humanity, and that he just saw the bigger picture, and he got to be able to look outside that box. And before we ended up leaving that conversation, he was all in tune with everything that you're saying and what's going on. He just didn't have anybody to talk to. And I just wanted to share that with you. And thank you.
Thank you for taking that, for listening to your higher self and turning around and making contact with that gentleman.
Cool.
Okay, anyone else?
Sorry, can I just ask one more question, please?
Sure.
I actually spend most of my time hanging off my balcony watching the skies, and I've seen a lot of activity. And I'm in West Vancouver, so there's been a lot of activity here. And I'm just wondering, I've noticed with quite a few of the stars, the really bright ones, when I look at them through my binoculars particularly, I can see red and green and white flashing lights on them. Are they ships?
They are ships. They are military. Some are military ships, unknown to the regular folks on the ground.
I thought they were. Sorry,
military. No worries. Our alliance, our military, has very advanced technologies. They're hanging around. Let's see, between 33,000 feet to 44,000 feet. So sometimes all you'll see, depending on the aircraft that they're using, all you'll see are the different lights. But that's our Space Force team and other team that is guarding planet Earth, and also our benevolent brothers and sisters from other star systems. Some have started seeing plasma. They're not plasma. They are starships that's protecting planet Earth. So I think I've mentioned several months ago to look up the skies.
Yeah, I suspected that, and I just think that it's really amazing. It's lovely to feel that we are so protected. And, for anybody who isn't doing it yet, it definitely is worth looking at, because even in the day, there's angelic beings in the clouds. I've even taken photographs of them and put them on a website called angelsofpatriots.com. So it does feel, amazing that we are so protected here. So thank you for answering that question. It's kind of what I thought it was. So it's great.
You're welcome.
Hey, Queen, can I say something? on that level. I've noticed that the moon doesn't necessarily stay in a relative direction like it used to. Point number two, if we can look at the moon and we can see the spots on the moon, if we take a picture with our camera or device, it'll shine like the sun. You don't see that definition. And I find that odd, because if the sun sets, what's reflecting on the moon for the moon to shine for us to see it? I've always wanted to ask that question. And I know you probably don't, you might not want to go there, but it's just curious,
I will say that there are technologies what the regular folks on the ground have been told in terms of the moon. We're not always accurate, and that's where I'll leave it.
NASA lied. They weren't truthful.
So I think there's sufficient information online to give you guys the accurate picture of what has been done to manipulate humanity as far as information and control of information. But it's there now. There are many individual entities and sources that is providing that information to the public. Drip by drip by drip. Yes.
May I ask the question, please?
Of course.
Yes. Hi, it's Abba. I have
Hi.
a question. In order to change the energies to move us to different timeline, does the sun flash need to happen, or the majority of people need to increase their consciousness?
Consciousness.
Just consciousness. So sun flash will not change anything.
It would create distortion.
Because one is expected in December, and it's one of the last 3. So I wonder if this will have an impact of us moving to the better place.
The consciousness of humanity is the one that helps us ascend, and Earth ascend. Any shall we say flash activity will create energetic distortion to the vibration itself.
Okay.
Like an EMP.
Well, that's EMP. Is there any trigger that can increase the consciousness? Like outside trigger?
An outside trigger. I sent you guys outside trigger to increase consciousness. My very first live stream.
Can I ask you a question?
Okay.
If you guys haven't watched the first live streaming, when I detailed the clash between the different timelines, although it's not mentioned there, but it's a demonstration of how to raise consciousness and highlighting the different timelines, the difference between timelines, the energies that one displays versus the other.
Is this link still posted?
Yes, I think Lady Dragon has it on her YouTube, and it's also posted on here, on my channel.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Can I ask a question?
Next. Of course.
Hi. Thank you
Hi.
again for everything you do. My daughter has Crohn's disease, and I have two questions, quick ones. I suspect she got it from vaccines, and can the med beds cure that for her?
Sorry, which one? Med beds?
Can the med beds cure that for her? And did she get it from vaccines? And I'm thinking the Gardasil vaccine did that to her.
I will not speculate as to how she obtained that disease, but to answer the question in terms of can it be cured by the celestial medbeds, the answer is yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome. That's it? You guys are too shy to ask questions?
No, I got a question.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Very good. Richard Zambito, living in Belize, Central America, retired from the U.S. Another lady and myself are interested in starting an ongoing feeding program here in Belize, Central America. Can you speak to that? Provide us with any information?
I'm sorry, to start a what program?
An ongoing feeding program, as opposed to just carrying somebody a box of food. As a third world country, Belize, Central America, there's so much needed in a third world country, but there are just people that don't always have what they need to eat. And the food they eat is just terrible. And I'm talking about the unfortunate situation for a lot of women who end up having babies from boyfriend, and they just can't feed their kids. And it's a struggle. There needs to be something in place. There was things sporadically that come and go to take care of this kind of situation, but I'm trying to help this lady set up something permanent where when there's really a need, there's a way to provide food for those who honestly need it.
We have the groceries group in certain countries. I think I'm not quite sure we have one in Belize. If that is something that you were looking into, but the structure of that is via the Good Samaritans that provide the assistance. It's not a government entity, nor is it set up as a charity formalized organization that receives permanent funding from governments, etc., etc.
So
I cannot answer as far as you wanting a permanent structure, as in a charity set up. I cannot speak to that because I do not operate under that umbrella or timeline. Okay. In fact, I do not see that as enhancing the energies of humanity. That is actually, that is why I'm not, I stay quite a distance from, I keep a distance from the charitable organizations because of the energy it emits. Does not match the energy that I emit, and it's not helping humanity ascend that specific structure.
What would be the approach then to remedy the problem on a higher level? Help me move into that mental space. How?
Try to join, if you haven't already. Try to join and observe how we do things with the groceries group. Whether you join the U.S., one of the U.S. 50 groups, or Canada, and have a feel of how it is done. because the idea is to remove humanity's dependence from all of the structured enslavement structures that were put in place to continue to push down the energy instead
Yes,
of empowering individuals. It keeps them actually
enslaved.
disempowered. Yes.
Yeah, I've been
So
following that and following you since you first came on Telegram.
thank you.
And I
So
just
yeah,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was saying that yes, try to join if you haven't already, and the structure. I would encourage anyone to make sure that when they create, a system or a structure, that it be with we the people, rather than a structure that is dependent on the previous system. Because what it is that it actually keeps on feeding that energy instead of moving away from it. And it is very important that we the people are the one actively participating and creating that as a part of the manifestation that elevates the energy and consciousness. Next question.
I have a question.
Okay.
Okay.
Go ahead, please.
Oh, thank you. I just want to say I think you're doing a pretty good job there, Queen Romana. It's quite a task you have. And
Thank you.
No problem. I just have a question about practicing to be more distant from certain individuals that are not thinking the way some of us others are, and that sort of thing. Like you mentioned that a few times. Can you explain that a little bit further, maybe? That would be appreciated.
Detachment, you mean?
Yes, detachment. That's the word.
Okay. In terms of detachment,
Yes.
the easiest way, although it may sound selfish in the 3-dimension timeline, the easiest way to practice detachment is by self-love. You see, anything that especially when you're living with family members or significant other who may not share, the same or is not on the same vibrational level, is how to practice detachment is spend the time that you would spend with that individual on yourself.
Okay.
To whether you're reading books or gardening or what have you, to enhance your energy. And that's how you practice detachment, is by loving yourself. And that's the purpose of being on planet Earth, is to express and experience self-love. And you will notice that as you detach, your energy goes up and up, and that individual will either consciously or subconsciously notice, and also will, because of your energy surrounding that individual, will also go up, because you're emanating the energy. A perfect example was when I was speaking with Dr. Miller, when I was emitting love, peace, and the harmony that she picked up, that energy eventually. So that's what it is. It doesn't need specific, verbal communication or what have you. And it is the most peaceful practice of detachment is by loving yourself.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. And people have asked, how old are you? My human or my Earth birthday just passed November 5th, yes? 47. 4 and 7 equals 11. Anyone who is aware of numbers will understand 11 and 7 and 4. 4 is an anchor of equal strength. Your house is supported by structures, usually 4, or in a room there are 4 corners that holds it up. And 7, I'm sure you know, is the number, and 1, 11. So as far as my age from the higher realm, thousands, millions of years, perhaps. But that's in a different timeline. And no one has access to my Akashic record. It was deleted purposely. I had it deleted. Or I had deleted it. So no one can try to replicate or try to anyone who tries to place chess game of chess cannot go and read can access my Akashic record. It's not there. And if this is the first time you've heard of our Akashic record, go and research it. Each one has a record, Akashic record. That's your true. Hello to the dog that started barking. Akashic record, that is your true history. Not the history that was given pertaining to you on Earth. So, for those who have tried to access my Akashic record, they were surprised. It was empty. Any other questions?
Queen Romana.
Hi.
Hi. This entire interview has been, I don't know how to describe it. I thank you so much for coming to Canada. I don't have a gratitude high enough to thank you for that. Everyone that's on this call, and if they heard a word that they didn't understand, my suggestion is to write it down and start doing research. And I guess my question to you would be, do you find value in learning how to spend time in the present moment, the now? That is where I have found my peace. Now, to me, means spending time with Source and the Creator. And that, for me, is where I go to help the world, to meditate. I'll let you answer that.
Okay. The spending of, to the question in terms of the power of now, or the spending, the present, being present. The value of it is
I can't hear anything.
when you are aligned with source.
Yeah.
Everything that happens to you is in the now. That's when you will have the right answers at the right time, right reaction at the right time, right verbal communication at the right time. Again, referring to when the RCMP arrived at my office, when I demonstrated how calm I was, that was because I was in the now. I was in the present, aligned with the source who was giving me, guiding me the whole time. So my communication, my reaction and energy was aligned. So if that is your definition of being present and spending in the now, that is, yes, the value of being in the now.
That
And
is
you
my
will,
definition.
yes.
Yes, that is my definition. And I was wanting them to hear you explain that, because that is how you finding your higher self, and spending that time is, from what I have found, the way to help humanity right now. Being in that space, which is love, which is higher source, which is love, is my goal. I just spend time there, to help the earth ascend, which is what's going to help us our whole timeline. Trying to get an answer. I'm still human and I want to know all the answers too. I want to know when EBS is going to happen, all of that. But that is going backwards for me. I find that I need to shake my head and say, trust the plan, trust the plan, trust the plan. And the plan for Canada is you, Queen Romana. You have been sent to us. You're like, I just go every night and I say, thank you, Queen Romana. Thank you, Father. I trust the plan, and leave all of the questions that I would humanly normally want to ask. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Hello.
Hi. Go ahead, Ron.
Hello, Queen Romana. Thank you so much for taking my question. My question is simple. If and when we get quantum energy, will it be, will it do away with the corrupt nuclear industry?
Sorry, which history?
If we do get quantum energy, will it do away with the corrupt nuclear industry?
The corrupt nuclear industry.
The power plants?
The power plants.
Yes.
The quantum energy, I'm not quite sure how many types of quantum energies has been made aware to the public. There are many technologies that, let's say, even this size of a particular energy can actually power the entire Canada.
Wow.
for a very, very long time. So when you speak of quantum energy, it depends on what they speak of. And definitely it is, when it comes to the quantum energy that I am aware of, it will remove anything that is of danger to humankind. That is the idea. The nuclear facilities, power plants, actually, strictly for producing energies. I'm aware of some of our nuclear facilities that are not properly being tested, not properly being maintained.
Absolutely. They're a danger, and the wasted money is obscene.
Three Gorges Dam, the nuclear reactors underneath the Three Gorges Dam produce some Bitcoin. Could that be a prime example?
You don't need to go to China to know that. True. It's that our nuclear power plants in Canada are not properly maintained.
Okay.
The product is dangerous to everyone. And the waste of money, the corrupt waste of money is ridiculous.
Non-fissionable nuclear.
So in terms of quantum energies, it has always existed as, but has been suppressed. So again, in my timeline, all of these energies will be made available to all Canadians. And I think some of the, again, in my timeline, some of the royal decrees that have been issued has to do with providing free energies to all Canadians, free, literally anything that is of essential for human existence is free. In my timeline, there's no need for anyone to try to accumulate and compete for all fiat currency, because in my timeline, humanity is valued, and you don't need to create a system that puts everyone in different levels. Being human in my timeline entitles you to what we would call a inheritance as a human being, regardless of where you were born or your shape and color and stature. You are human, and you're entitled to everything that has been gifted to humanity. That's in my timeline.
Thank you for your time, Queen.
You're welcome. Anyone else? Okay, go ahead, please.
Yes, regarding radiation.
Yes.
I was watching a healer in Hope, BC, and she said that her client had radiation sickness from radiation coming up from the dams when they're flooding the dams, and also in Saskatoon. Have you heard anything of that?
No. Did you say from Oak Bay, BC? I'm sorry, from where?
Hope,
BC.
And Saskatoon, Saskatchewan.
I've addressed that earlier, that if there was a radiation for where the dams are being cleared, that we would have an entire community, and perhaps the entire province in the hospital, because a radiation would leak and it would permeate. It would not stay in one area.
Monitor, and she said they were very high, and that her client had rash, like a burn-like rash, and so did her pets, and the vegetation outside was scorched looking, and she showed that, and she tried to get help from, I think, from the RCMP, but they wouldn't help her with anything. They just ignored her.
Do you know which part of Hope? Do you have direct access to her?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
But she did show some sort of map that showed Saskatoon as a red red spot with yellow around it, which was showing radiation.
There was a plasma battle in British Columbia, and there is a battle up the skies, which could have caused these plasmas, would have caused certain radiation. That is why at certain times they would create clouds there to make sure that whatever's happening up there minimally affects, if at all, down here. But if there was a radiation, it would not just be specific to just this one home, one family, or one person. It would be right across that area.
Okay.
And we would see people in the hospitals. The whole community would be in the hospital. So I guess the question to ask is the radiation coming from underground, or is it coming from above, or is it coming from toxins that she has been exposed to, or her dog has been exposed to with nanotechnologies that's around her? Did you ask if she had an injection?
I don't believe she would have, but she was on a webinar type of a,
Yes, yeah.
She wasn't talking to me directly.
Okay.
She was talking to everybody, and yeah, she showed the damage. Her friend was talking, and they showed, her pet and photos of this woman. And she just said, she was asking for help and couldn't get any, but
well, okay, if you can, sorry, if you
had
can
taken readings with her own monitor, so
the commercial reading instruments may not necessarily be the appropriate instruments that's used by the military or industrial grade instruments. So, but what I would like to know is if anyone has access to this lady, and if this is Hope British Columbia, and if they can post it on here on my page or send it to one of our administrators so that we can further investigate. But as far as I'm aware, that any radiation is claimed to be coming from underground clearing of the tunnels. I would have expected that a massive numbers of members of the community would be having the same experience, not just one particular individual and her pet.
Well, I think when this woman did try to get help, they just brushed her off, okay. And maybe they did that with others as well.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so let's, if you guys can trace who that lady was and then post it here, and then we can further investigate.
The lady that did the webinar was Karen Lynn Lusick McDonald. And she said she was pardon me?
Sorry, there was an explosion. There were some earthquakes in Penticton as well. And she said there was a lot of high radiation in the Kelowna, Penticton area as well.
There's an explosion in Kelowna?
Yeah. Well, it was in Penticton. And she was Vernon, Kelowna area. And she said her readings were 0.35 and in the radiation. And she said it was, there were a lot of earthquakes around there where they might have been doing dumps. but also in Hope and also in Saskatoon. I saw that.
I'm aware that our military, our special forces, are cleaning the dumps, and in terms of when they're clearing it and blowing tunnels underground, it's usually contained. When they use nuclear controlled nuclear what is it, bombs, that's specifically just for that area, for that tunnel. And earthquake usually between 3 to 5 in Richter scale would register. Yes, that would be and it's usually in 10 kilometers, what have you, distance. There has been a situation where they blew up the tunnels at both ends, and at the same time it registered not separately, but it registered as one. So the earthquake was registered as 6.0 or 5.8 rather than 3 each. Because the force, I guess, met in the middle when both sides of the tunnel was blown up. Where was it to go was to go in the middle, and then it went up. So the shaking was a lot stronger than usual. But it's usually controlled demolition, as we say. Sorry.
I think she said that because the underground was flooded, that it was bringing the radiation up with the water. I don't know. It's just I guess what she.
Usually when they blow up the tunnels, it's a long time before they flood the tunnels, and it's usually sealed and contained, so no harm done to the to the people above. So I think we need to be very specific in terms of the information we're receiving from that area without any speculation. No extra sauce, as I would say, no extra sauce necessary when we're receiving this type of information. So not to create panic within the community, because that also will create sheer fear and panic from the community and across Canada. Again, remembering what the Vice article, what have you, selective journalism had done that created panic, that resulted in my being detained by the RCMP. So we really have to be careful with this type of information, because when the military operates, everything is calculated and it's razor beam straightforward calculation. There is no room for error, especially when it comes to protecting the security of the public. So
thank you.
You're welcome.
Some of our families, they say about 30,000 Canadians came down to Mexico to bring our children. My daughter has 6. So, and we're wondering, the borders have been closed now, and we're kind of cut off from the rest of our families and our homes and our communities. And I was wondering if you know when the borders will be opening for people who are not vaxxed, who want to come home.
You mean people from Mexico, Canadians in Mexico coming, returning to Canada?
Yeah, there's about 30,000 people who came down to protect their children because they didn't know if they would be forced to get vaccinations. And right now, the borders have just closed. They aren't allowing anybody through the borders that aren't vaxxed and aren't tested, and a whole bunch of protocol that's going on. Do you know, is there a timeline on that? Will that be within the next few months that we'll be able to come home and be with the rest of our families, or we're just wondering.
Who closed the border?
Well, right now, if we want to fly back to Canada, we're told some of the websites are saying that if you're not vaxxed, then you're not allowed to fly, or you're not allowed to come into Canada. And if you do come in and you do get away with it, then you're not allowed to leave again. And so some of the Canadians here and Americans and people from other countries are looking at residential, becoming residents so that they, you know, their children will be safe. But I'm wondering if there's a timeline where we will be able to come back to our families and our homes and everything.
First of all, there must be a massive disinformation again. The fear mongering, the fear pornography in Canada is really incredible. They're hoping that Canadians don't use their brains to understand that no country can deny re-entry of its own citizen to Canada or anywhere else. And number two, the freedom of movement of each Canadian citizen is not reliant on whether they have vaccination or not. That freedom of movement exists. And if anyone has a passport, they should look at the front cover inside of their passport that says the Queen of Canada requests whomsoever is concerned to give safe passage and assistance to the bearer of that passport. So not even our own border security can detain any Canadian.
Thank you.
So this is really important that people use and educate themselves in terms of their rights. And whatever it is that the media, the mainstream media is spreading, they're hoping that people don't use and are not educated with their rights. And this is people have to research their own rights and use those rights and privileges as Canadian citizens to make sure that that they can get into their own country. As I said, you cannot deny your own citizen re-entry to Canada. No country can do that.
Can you get back out of Canada if we come home to Canada? Can we get back out? They can't deny us if we're not vaccinated.
Again, the freedom of movement of Canadian citizens is not reliant on their medical condition, unless they have a known proven disease that is that can spread to other people, that can contaminate another individual. Yes. But by mere fact that they don't have vaccination, it cannot trample the freedom of movement of the citizen of Canada. And that is across the world, not just Canada. So people need to start educating themselves in terms of their rights as citizen, because the specific narrative that is being put out is that, Canadian citizens cannot do X, Y, and Z.
Thank you, Romana. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Any other questions?
I have a question.
Sorry. Go ahead.
Which one? Okay.
The one giggling. Go ahead. Okay.
Hi, Queen Romana. Thank you for doing this
Hi.
for us. I find it very fascinating. I just love it.
Thank you.
I'm going off the total. I want to talk more spiritual. So
Okay.
you mentioned a lot about spiritual contracts or spiritual soul contract, and
Okay.
I'd like to know a little bit more about that if you can elaborate a little bit. Yes, self-love, all that. But I'm under the impression that a soul contract is predetermined before you get here, which you agree upon in the celestial being world, in which you are brought onto this earth to experience things and make decisions based on free will. So I just want to know, I'm at a part of my life now where I've done the children, did my career, and I want to do everything I can for humanity. I've always been like that. And I'm just really trying to determine what would be my next step. What am I predetermined, or if it's even predetermined, to do next in my life? So I'm just trying to understand how it works a little bit more on a more, a plane of now, of how do we know what our contract is and what we're supposed to do. And I'm talking only on a spiritual level. I'm an intuitive and have been working on this for years, and I believe I reached a certain attainment. I want to bring that to people and I want to help people, but I feel sometimes maybe that's not in alignment. It's like you never know what you really want to do. And I want to be really in alignment with spirit and God when I'm doing my work. So if you can just explain a little bit more to help me perhaps have this moment of meditation where I can go to, or what I can seek, and I do pray to Master God, Creator, all the time. So if you can help me with that.
So in terms of spiritual contract,
yes,
all of us have childhood memories when we really wanted to do something when we grew up, and or we were very interested in particular things, whether that was music, that was healing, or that was science, or whatever that the adults used to say, whatever your world fancies or fantasizes. Now, coming to adulthood, when it comes to remembering what our soul contract is or was, is you will find that, and I've answered this earlier, not here, but one of my posts, when I said by spending time with yourself, you'll discover, and it will bring you to the same level of energy that aligns you with your higher self or your true self. And that true self, the more you connect with it, or in this case, in the third dimension, the twin, you have a twin up there in the higher realm. The more you spend time with your true self by loving, by self-love, okay? It has nothing to do with the external of you. It's self-love, going in and loving yourself. You will discover or rediscover your soul contract, because you will be attracted to either science, music, or whatever it is that you will be attracted to. Because when you love yourself, when you spend time with yourself and aligning yourself with the higher you, you're activating all the natural gifts, talents, and skills gifted to you by Master Creator. It has always been there. And those gifts and talents and skills are part of your soul contract that you brought when you came manifested on earth. And so when you activate those skills and talents, you are moving closer and closer to your contract, because you will be focusing on what you're attracted to energetically. Yes. And through that, you will either create music, create science, create buildings, whatever it is that you will manifest using those natural gifts given to you. You will find your purpose. You will find your soul contract. People use that as, oh, this is my purpose in life. You'll also hear people saying, I need to find purpose. What they really mean to say is they need to remember their soul contract. You see, all my life, I actually tried to live privately. And the 10 years ago, I actually said, I will not be part of any politics. And here I am, doing exactly anything and everything that is away from politics. And 10 years ago, when I said I will not have anything to do with politics, I didn't then realize that I actually was moving, or perhaps I was unconscious at that time when I said that, I was moving towards my soul contract. But I had always known that the older I got, the more I would be doing what I am doing now. I've always known that. I've actually shared that with, young classmates before, but at that age, nobody understands anything other than, the color of makeups and lipsticks and what's the newest cell phone or the latest handbag design that came out. So, very different conversation.
Right. Okay, so if I have been moving towards being more of an intuitive, because I feel I love everything spirit, everything God, everything spirit, and I am able to basically, if I may say, I call myself like a soul reader. Like I am able to read the Akashic records and stuff like that. And I was always fighting with myself, thinking, because we've been taught that it comes from evil and it's bad, and so I've always been in this. Oh, maybe I shouldn't be doing this because this is not clearly what I, because I just want to do what I want to be totally in line with God. That's really what it is. And I've always felt that maybe I shouldn't be doing this because of the programming, of course, over the years.
That's the programming, yes.
Yes, and I find it struggling. I struggle like, okay, this is what I want to do. And then it's like something which you would call ego that holds me back. Mm-hmm. Of course, I don't want that and everything, but I guess I'm looking for like, how do I get out of this funk? It's really on that whole level. How do we get out and remove ourselves? Besides the obvious.
Spend more time. Okay. Spend more time with yourself and practice detachment. See, if detachment removes ego.
Yes.
And when you remove that ego, you will not feel hurt with whatever is happening outside of you or inside of you, or even what's happening to you, because you're aligned. Yes? Because the feeling of hurt, the feeling of frustration or funk is there's that tiny bit of ego left there that needs to be let go. And it's not an easy, click of a finger or what have you, to do. Some people have spent their whole lives trying to understand detachment even, and it's not easy, as I said, with the programming. In the 3D world, it's not easy to detach.
Right. It makes you feel like you're a little crazy at times.
Mm-hmm. And because it hurts. Because it hurts.
Well, also because you're like living in two worlds. One is spiritual and one is not. And it's
Yes.
hard. It's hard. It's
Yes.
like you're trying to get balance in both of them at all times. Okay. Thank you so much for your time. I so appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else?
I have a question, if I may.
Okay, please.
I'm from the USA, of course, and Phoenix, Arizona, and I just have a question on the chemtrails that are still being sprayed here quite often. Is it still being poisoned, or is it the HCQ? But we have chemtrails being sprayed quite often here still.
Which one would you like it to be?
HCQ. Of course. Is that
Of
what
course.
it is? Thank you. That's all I needed to know. Thank you.
Okay. Anything else? Anyone else?
Hi, Romana.
Hi.
Hello.
Hi, go ahead.
Hi. I have a question. I have a question regarding natural medicines and its place in the new Canada. What with the med beds and everything being able to do so much, what role will natural medicines have in the new Canada?
I think many months ago, I have addressed this question in terms of the role of natural medicine in Canada and working side by side with medbeds, the celestial medbeds. So they will be there available for people to choose which one.
Can they work in conjunction with one another?
It will be up to the patients, but the option is there for them to use one or the other or both. The one thing that will disappear is the pharmaceutical industry. You're welcome.
Yes. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. All right, Canadians. Okay, go ahead.
Sorry, just one quick question. Earlier today, the weather thing came up on the side of my computer and I clicked on it. And on tomorrow's weather forecast, there is a picture of a lock and it says, I think it says, take a guess. And then the following week, it's got the weather again. Do you have any idea if that might be some message or sign that we're supposed to be paying attention to? I did take a picture.
It has a lock?
It's got a picture of a lock. I took a Snagit and I actually put it on some of the chats on your chats. So it's got a picture of a lock and then it says, I think it says take a guess or you take a guess. And then the rest of the week it's got the actual weather forecast again. So tomorrow is a very something, I just wonder if you know if that might be something we're supposed to be paying attention to, or could that lock be a sign for lockdown, or do you know anything about that?
I'll choose not to answer that question.
Okay. So just keep our eyes open.
That's right. And keep looking at up the sky and pay attention to the weather.
Perfect.
There are many things. Okay, you're welcome.
That was an anomaly, so. Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome. Definitely. Okay, anyone else? Okay. it looks like people have been having dinner during this time of our conversation. I could hear some people washing dishes in the background. So I will say good night to everyone, and thank you all for joining.